Welcome back, guys, to the Pokemon Go Regional Championship in Lille. You have already seen it in the video. My name is Leonard König, and I'm sitting here with Spleen.
Yes, welcoming everyone for a day two. Yesterday we had such an amazing tournament, and now we will be seeing the top 8 in this day two. How excited are you?
I can't contain my excitement, I gotta be honest. This was absolutely crazy yesterday. Basically, every match we had, except for maybe one, was super close.
Exactly, definitely, and be sure, I'm pretty sure it's going to be even more crazier today because those players, they prep hard to be here. They know their mons, they have their strats, they had the opportunity to also see how the other players were playing to adapt, and I'm pretty sure we are going to have a good show today.
Yeah, and they all have amazing teams. Now it just comes down to technicalities.
Exactly, and we are going to go straight into the first match. Also, if you want to have the bracket in chat, just tap the exclamation bracket and you will have access to the challenge link so that you can see our first matchup today is going to be between Chorizo, like we were mentioning yesterday, a local here coming from France and from the Lille region, and is going to face Arceus Aurelius, a player coming from Norway. And you have the team on stream. You remember that muddy water Swampert yesterday that came in clutch for show. Who do you think is going to bring the Swampert?
I mean, let's look at the opposing team. Okay, you have two water moves. At this point, it is known for everyone that you have two water type moves, so the surprise effect of muddy water gone completely.
Yes, totally.
So, you are getting hard walled by Toxapex. You're getting walled by Lapras. You are getting walled by the Trevenant. And versus the rest, versus Stunfisk, you're fine. Great matchup. But versus the other two Pokemon, it's kind of neutral.
Exactly.
So I don't think that this Swampert is the perfect fit for this matchup. Like, usually your opponent wouldn't bring Toxapex when they see a Shadow Swampert, probably. So now they know that they just win with the Brine versus the Muddy Water and the Hydro Cannon.
Yeah, totally, because Toxapex is going to be able to resist all those charge moves from the Swampert. You give that extra bulk to this Pokemon and definitely can shine. And I'm totally agreeing with you here. Toxapex kind of looks good and it's definitely going to force Show to maybe bring the Stunfisk to be able to counter it. And Arceus could also play around. He has a lot of mons that are going to be able to do well with the Galarian Stunfisk.
Yeah, we have the Obstagoon as a counter user. It's going to be really strong. We have the Shadow Lapras, and now we have Shadow Swampert as a lead even versus the Cresselia. And I said the matchup was okay. However, Cresselia has Grass Knot, so this is not a matchup you want to stay in because one Grass Knot is probably going to take out the Shadow Swamp.
You totally right, and then Show swapping into his Sableye, and we are seeing Arceus Aurelius going for a bait and grabbing the first shield before swapping into his own Obstagoon.
So now the Obstagoon is in the very favorable matchup against the Sableye. And Sableye is already using a return. It is getting shielded, so
what
not
a good
taking
shield.
this big damage. That was really important. Now we are starting to hit the Sableye with these Night Slashes. And it is neutral damage with same type attack bonus, so this is going to be decent.
Yeah, and now he's going to outpace to the next Night Slash before the Sableye is going to be able to hit a return. This Night Slash should not be enough to knock out the Sableye, so might be able to reach another return. He does reach the return.
This is a critical point, so do you even shield this?
You will survive the return and you are going to be able to counter down, but we see an aggressive swap by Show coming in with the Swampert, knowing that the Swampert doesn't have a lot of play against the rest of the line, so just sacking the Swampert.
Yeah, this Swampert will be probably easily taken out. He is switch locked again, and the Grass Knot is going to be queued up soon. So we are seeing a water move. Funnily enough, we don't know which one it is. I'm guessing a Hydro Cannon because it is the much stronger move.
Yes,
and
it is the Hydro Cannon, and wow, that's huge. And you see the level of play here. Arceus Aurelius, knowing that he will lose CMP, didn't throw his move.
Wow, he is actually farming on this Swampert, going for a Grass Knot. If this one is getting shielded, he will reach the second Grass Knot before Swampert reaches the next Hydro Cannon. So,
yeah,
no point in
Chorizo
shielding
letting the Swampert go. And at this stage, I think for Show, the only option is to bank everything on the Trevenant to be able to farm a bunch of energy out of this Cresselia and then unload some Shadow Balls and Seed Bombs on the remaining Mon. Shielding the Moonblast, really good shield there and able to farm down.
Yeah. Yeah. Arceus Aurelius basically deciding to go. See, and now that you didn't shield the return from the Sableye, your answer to the Trevenant is really hurt. So you can't bring in the Obstagoon now, go for these super effective Night Slashes on no shields. And let's see if that costs him.
Yeah, that Shadow Ball is going to do a really good chunk into that Stun Fisk. And we see, wow, a race. And I really like this play by Arceus Aurelius because basically he's forcing the Trevenant to throw his energy at the Obstagoon. And now his win con is pretty clear, is to land to Rock Slide.
So, however, there is still a Sableye in the back for Chorizo, and I don't know how fast this Sableye can reach the next foul play, because Stunfisk is slowly but surely getting into... that did not work at all. He just gave Stunfisk more energy.
Yes, and this Rock Slide should be enough to take out the Trevenant and to seal that first game.
Wow, I did not see that coming. What was that? Why did he switch in the Sableye? He just gave Stunfisk 3 more mud shots.
Yeah, so I don't know. I think the play could have been to try a catch on the Sableye, on the Rock Slide. We are talking about really good players. So Arceus Aurelius was probably expecting a catch, and maybe Sho also forgot how much energy he had on the Sableye, and he was
even close to another.
Yeah, he was like energy dry there. So we were mentioning that yesterday. This is really high pressure here for those competitors. They are on stage with everyone watching them.
Absolutely.
It's a day 2. You are super stressed, so you can make.
We know the Pokemon Go community, right? So all the players that were eliminated from the tournament yesterday, they are basically here, and they're just sitting in front of the featured match table. They are all friends. They are all watching now.
Yeah.
So this is high pressure within the community.
High pressure, and you see how the players, they are really thinking out, trying to also think about, okay, we were banking on the fact that Sho will not bring the Swampert, and he led with the Swampert. So at this stage, if you are Arceus Aurelius, can you discard the Swampert?
I mean, you mean as Chorizo?
Yes, no, I mean, can you discard the Swampert? Are you thinking that he's not going to bring again the Swampert? Because
I think that he is definitely not
going
to bring again the Swampert. It did not do anything. It was basically just a sacrifice there, and I think you can make better use of your Pokemon, right? Yeah,
but in a way, if he managed to put the Swampert on the Garenston face, that will have be a much different story. And we see that Arceus Aurelius is still trying to choose his line here, taking his time, analyzing Sho's team, trying to think on what he brought game 1, what he was trying to counter, and trying to adapt. Oh, and he got kick out.
But I mean, bringing the Medicham to the table would also have been a really, really good idea, right? Because this Medicham also beats the Stunfisk, and this Medicham counters down the Obstagoon like nothing else.
Yes, you're totally right. The lineup brought was kind of weak to Medicham with only the Cresselia as an answer, but a strong answer like we saw yesterday. You resist the counter. Basically, the Medicham, if he's running Ice Punch, only has Ice Punch to do damage to you, so it's really a dominant matchup for you there.
So let's see if Arceus Aurelius can queue in the Cresselia versus the Medicham, if that is even going to be brought to the table. Wow, this is a bad matchup for Chorizo.
This is on paper a bad matchup for Chorizo, but there is some play in some shielding scenario for the Trevenant, because you are going to throw your charge moves, the Seed Bombs and the Night Slash at the same pace, and there Trevenant is a heavily attack weighted mon, so it just is going to win CMP.
Oh, but the Obstagoon is actually quicker for having 2 Night Slashes already queued up, charged up against the Trevenant. Then he can throw another move again, but this time the Trevenant also gets to the Seed Bomb, so he wins the CMP.
Yeah, Arceus Aurelius opting to not throw to build extra energy, and is probably going to throw one just before exactly the Trevenant reaching the next charge
Could
move.
have gotten one more.
He will have maybe lost CMP, so I think that was the right play there. And you see Show opting to let go, and Arceus coming with the Shadow Lapras. We will talk a lot about this pick. I really like this pick. I think in the meta it's a very interesting pick, and here he's going to face the Stunfisk, and you have access to Surf to do super effective damage to the Galarian Stunfisk. And if you add that extra Ice Shard energy that Arceus Aurelius adds going into the matchup, you can outpace the Galarian Stunfisk.
But the Rock Slides really deal a lot of damage. Galarian Stunfisk reaches the second Rock Slide first, and of course there's going to be a shield. You really want to preserve your shields for your Shadow Pokemon if you are bringing them to the table. Now this super effective Surf is going to be clicked on.
Yes,
right
exactly.
before.
And did you saw the timing? Throwing right
Perfectly
before
timed,
Show was going to reach that Rock Slide and that Shadow bonus, that 20% extra attack, doing his job. And now he's just he put just the Stunfisk in a way where he can farm down with something. And we see Show not letting not allowing the farm down and coming in with the Sableye.
But he can immediately switch out the Obstagoon if I'm not mistaken. He does not even want to do that. Completely understandable. This Cresselia is his win condition now, and he can actually force out another foul play, some more energy from the Sableye before reaching
yes,
the
Sableye with that Shadow Claws that are triple resisted, if I'm not mistaken, because of the normal and dark typing of the Obstagoon, is going to be able to reach a Night Slash, force a shield, and now he's going to be able, even like that, to force the Sableye to throw his energy. And with 1 HP, Obstagoon, what a job Obstagoon has been doing in this game.
Absolutely. Has this Cresselia already entered the field? Does it have any energy stored?
No energy
not at all.
on the Cresselia. A foul play will not be enough to take out the Cresselia, and he's going to be able to reach out a charge move to take out the Sableye. So for Show, he's still having that Galarian Stunfisk in the back with the possibility to catch, but look how Arceus Aurelius is smart. He throw the charge move in the middle of the Shadow Claw animation so that you cannot sack. And now it's going to be a race, and Grass Knot, Rock Slide is not going to be enough to take out the Cresselia, and is going to seal the deal with that Grass Knot.
It is really close, however, Cresselia tanks this hit. Clicks on the Grass Knot, and we are not even seeing the animation. We are seeing that Arceus Aurelius won this game. He's really happy about it, and we did just miss out on the fist bump. There are the players. Whoop, put your mask on there, buddy. So, what a great match.
Definitely a great match, a dominant performance in my opinion by Arceus Aurelius here. He always was in control, kind of the pace of the game, knowing that Muddy Water Swampert took out the surprise effect in a way, but he was always dominating. He has like his plan, his strategies, he went for it, he played perfectly. I really liked how he used the Obstagoon in this matchup.
Yeah, Obstagoon was really used to the full potential.
Totally. So what first match, and we are going to see so many more games today, so that's really going to be funny. And the next game, so I'm going to remind you in the chat, if you want to have access to the bracket, type exclamation mark bracket in the chat, and you will have access to that challenge as well.
Yep. Exactly, so you can see what we are seeing as well. We have it on paper here. We do not have access to the chat right now, so we will have to look at it on paper. So, what's next? We are going to see another winner's interview.
Yes, we will have the winner's interview, and then we are going to move to the second final, in a way.
The second losers match. Losers round 1, I think.
No, I think we are going to see a second winners final. Yes.
Let's see. I'm not too sure about that. However, I can be wrong as well. So anyways, we are going to see all the matches being played out today. We won't cut anything out. And let's just wait for the winners interview. See you soon.
All right, great. Way to start out day number 2 with a win. How do you feel?
I'm really surprised. I thought I expected him to bring Medicham, so because Obstagoon was so free against his team. So I nearly didn't bring Obstagoon because I was expecting Medi the entire time, and I was also expecting Lichtang, but he didn't bring it, and I'm thrilled.
Yeah, I was just before your game, right? We were sitting in front and we were talking about, okay, looking at the matchup, I think the Goon is free, so there will be, I think RCS has to prepare for the Medicham. And when we saw that the Medicham didn't come, we were like, oh wow, this is good, looking really good for the Goon to do a lot of work. But I also heard from one of your friends that you spent a lot of time trying to simulate the Lapras versus the Galarian Stunfisk matchup.
Oh, no, I know that matchup by heart. I've played Lapras so much, so well, I have simmed it in the past, and I've spent a lot of time looking for attack breakpoints and how that matchup goes. But it's an even matchup. It's very neutral. Lapras takes the G-Fisk low, and that's all I needed.
Yeah, I think especially in that game where you got that little bit of energy on the Obstagoon and you force him to swap even though he ended up winning the switch advantage, because that again plays in your favor.
Exactly, yeah.
Very, very well played for game number 1. Over to the next game. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just thrilled that I got to top 8, and actually winning a game is more than I expected. I was celebrating last night already, and now there's even more reason to celebrate.
All right, back to you.
Welcome back, guys, to yet another round of the Pokemon Go Regional Championship in Lille. I'm sitting here this time with Consirius, and yeah, we are going to cast the next round yet again.
It's a great first round that we witnessed, and at some point today, I hope he finally says Lille correctly. He's been going on with Lille for quite a bit of time.
Why didn't you tell me after the first round?
Because it was funny.
Okay, so the Pokemon Go Regional Championships in Lille. Better?
Yes, much better.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, so why don't we go over to the match? We have Lorenzo versus the Nut. Not going to try this last name again.
Yeah, I think the Nut is an amazing player. He's been retired a few times, actually a lot of times, but he is always been one of the top competitors in the Pokemon Go PvP community, and that it shows. Like he's picking up the game after a while, and he is here in the main stage. Top 8, and he is going to have to go up against Lorenzo, who's been a legend in Pokemon Go GBL for a long time, and yeah, there's two heavy competitors.
Indeed, and I mean, some people are just naturals, right? He's just picking up the game again, going top 8 in this stacked tournament with so many big names, so many great players. And let's look at these rosters, because we have seen Shadow Venusaur performing this weekend.
Yeah. Just looking at the rosters, right? Shadow Venusaur is looking really good against Lorenzo. His only real answer is the Noctowl. So the Nut should be expecting the Noctowl to come out every game from Lorenzo. Venusaur can still flip this matchup with landing a Sludge Bomb. Because it's a Shadow Venusaur, it does so much damage. We saw that yesterday, one of the few Pokemon who can do more than 40% damage to a Lickitung with its charge move.
Yeah, the Sludge Bomb really does a lot of damage. Even Frenzy Plant did a lot of damage to the Lickitung. Was crazy. And we also have a Frostlass, which is a great answer to the Noctowl.
Mm-hmm. So I think that's a core that the Nut might want to build on. Just looking at, let's say, Lorenzo's team here, right? The only real answer he has to this Frostlass is the Lickitung, and even the Lickitung, you have to land the Power Whip to do any damage to the Frostlass. If the Frostlass has some energy advantage or has a shield advantage, it's going to be really rough for Lorenzo to come into the game. What I think the Nut might try to play around is safe swapping his Venusaur, getting the Noctowl out, farming it down, the whole of the Noctowl with the Frostlass, and then everything at the back is going to get Frostlassed.
Absolutely, this sounds like a great plan. What else do you bring in? Like, if we're going for this aggressive strategy with the Shadow Venusaur and the Frostlass, what else are we bringing? Maybe a Lickitung?
Well, two Pokemon are not really bulky, right? So you want to lead something that's going to cover both of their weaknesses. So in a way, they are both softish to the Trevenant, so I would expect a Noctowl on the lead if he's going with, let's say, the Frostlass and Venusaur core, because you need something bulky to tank the damage so that you don't have to expend the shields, and your Frostlass can do what it does best with shields. And it's the same for Venusaur. You give the Venusaur shield advantage, it's still going to beat the Noctowl, because 2 Sludge Bombs just take it out.
So we have figured out the optimal lineup for us for the Nut. Let's see if he agrees or disagrees. But what can Lorenzo do to break this core? Because this seems like a really strong team. Oh, we are going to see it in just a second.
Both the trainers have locked in. Let's see. It's a Stunfisk into a Medicham. Oh, the Nut predicting that Lorenzo would be expecting the Nut to run this strategy and going for the best way to deal with that Stunfisk lead. Oh, this is really bad.
So this Noctowl is now in against the Lickitung. 2 tanks that don't really deal too much damage to each other, but they are 2 tanks. Like, I mean, the Nut has this big advantage, right? He has the Medicham versus the Stunfisk on the roster, and by taking out neutral matchups, this is just advancing him.
Yeah. Yes, these are 2 really bulky Pokemon, as you said, and they're not doing a lot of damage to each other. But unfortunately for the Lickitung, one of its main damage dealers is its fast move Lick, which is resisted by the Noctowl. As you can see, the Noctowl is still in the green. So
it's
and
very
the
healthy
is
green.
Exactly, very healthy green. And we've seen this matchup over the course of yesterday. Is that all trainers, what they've done so far is getting the Noxal really, really low, storing a charge move, and then throwing it on the next Pokemon that comes. Because I'm sure that this Stunfisk is going to have to tank a Shadow Ball from this Noctowl.
So now the next Sky Attack is charged up. Does this take out the Lickitung? Will Lickitung get knocked out here? Yes, it will. And you were absolutely right. There is yet another move stored. So I think it might also only be a Sky Attack. Oh, we actually get the next Shadow Ball out even. So let's see if this is going to be shielded, because Noctowl is really bulky and does not deal too much damage. So a Shadow Ball is not comparable to the one of Trevenant, for example. However, still strong. Okay, so even switch into the Noctowl.
Yeah, this is really, really, really critical here. The Noxal getting some energy advantage is great for Lorenzo, because the Noxal in the end would do pretty well against the Nuts backline.
Yeah.
You see the Lickitung hiding at the back, but he's not shielding anything, and this is going to be very, very difficult for Lorenzo. But he is a top competitor. Let's see how he's going to play this out.
Yeah, this Lickitung is facing a Noctowl that has tanked one Ice Punch, an attack that he might have wanted to shield, to be honest.
Yes, I think Lorenzo was trying to read the teams here, and unfortunately was not expecting the Lickitung at the back with the Nut. The Lickitung, of course, is not a favorable matchup, but once you chip the Noxal, this doesn't look so bad anymore.
So the Nut brought none of the Pokemon that we were expecting, to be honest, and to make us not look stupid in this situation, okay? So I think he also figured that Frostless and Venusaur would be the best comp, so that his opponent would predict it, and then he brought all the other Pokemon.
Yeah. Amazing counting here by Lorenzo, just throwing before the Nut gets to that Power Whip, but it survives with an HP and gets to a move. Oh, that is going to be really costly, because Lorenzo is now forced to shield to preserve some HP on his Stunfisk.
Yeah, but the Stunfisk has loads and loads of energy, so there is a Rock Slide being thrown down. So
the Nut is making a very brave call here, and he calls the Rock Slide bait, and this game is absolutely turned into the Nut's favor. And here comes the first Ice Punch from the Medicham. Lorenzo knows he's acknowledging the amazing move that the Nut just pulled off, and yeah, this is going to be very difficult for Lorenzo to come back from here.
At this point, he really has to use a shield once in a while. So Lorenzo's already laughing, trying to use the Earthquake, but in which world does he not shield at this point? Okay, so another Sky Attack, another shield. Medicham is just countering down Lorenzo's last Pokemon, and we will see a win from the Nut in just a second.
Wow. That was amazing read there by Nut. He knew that Lorenzo banked a move on the Noctowl. The Noctowl had a Sky Attack, and he had to call that bait, because if he did not, then he would have had to he would be forced to use both his shields, and the Noctowl just swaps in and snipes your Medicham, and that would have been GG's.
So this was actually really close until the end. It looked like the Nut was dominating all this time, but he really had to call this bait, call this Rock Slide, and it worked for him.
Yeah, it was such a close match. We thought the Nut had everything in control, but Lorenzo had an ace up his sleeve, and the Nut figured out the ace and made sure he countered that.
Absolutely. So what a great play. Still a bit impressed. I mean, Arceus Aurelius was really dominant in his matches, but now that we are shifting away from Arceus Aurelius, we are seeing really close matches again, and I'm kind of excited to see Game 2. So what can Lorenzo do to flip this around? I mean, this was a close game, but what if the Nut actually brings Frostless and Shadow Venusaur?
Yeah. He has to make the call, because Lorenzo was having the same thinking process that we did. He bought that Stunfisk to make sure that he has the dominant lead, but the Nut was one step ahead. So Lorenzo has to take a leap and cross one step and then outwit the Nut. But Nut's a veteran. This is not a matchup where I would want to be a point behind to start.
No, absolutely not. Both these players have had amazing performances during the entire tournament and on the featured matches as well. So let's go over to the table and let's see who wins Game 2. So, wow, big thinking faces here. Gotta be honest, the Nut is really in his head for this one.
Yeah, because he knows how close that match was. Um, one mistake, one wrong shield, that would have been Lorenzo's win. So even though the nut predicted exactly what Lorenzo was going
was
to
really close.
do, and it was so close, so now he's like, okay, was way too close for comfort. I need to, make sure I'm still in Lorenzo's head, because Lorenzo is okay, because the only reason the nut won was he called the bait.
But I mean, okay, so the nut won in a really close manner, okay? But he brought let's call it the unfavorable team, okay? So he brought the Pokemon that are not that strong against the opponent's roster because he was predicting his opponent to adapt. What happens if the opponent doesn't adapt to the best Pokemon and he actually brings one of those, like the Frostless or the Shadow Venusaur? This could be a really strong matchup for the nut.
Let's find out. Oh my
Ooh,
God.
wow.
Lorenzo is already disappointed with the lead. Let's see what he does. He immediately swaps into his own Stunfisk, and the nut does not have an answer. Now this becomes who's going to bait the first move. Nut immediately going for the Earthquake. Does Lorenzo call this? Lorenzo has to keep his focus and try to find how the nut is
and
gonna
he protects it.
Yes.
Really good for Lorenzo. And now I think that he's actually going to go with the Rock Slide. No, he's also going for the Earthquake. So I would not have shielded this. Gotta be honest. And the nut also doesn't shield this. This is such a big advantage for Lorenzo, especially as you have seen. There is no real answer for the Stunfisk of Lorenzo on the nut's roster here.
Yes, but unfortunately, Lorenzo's Stunfisk winning the charge move priority.
Yeah.
Will this Rock Slide take out the nut
This Rock Slide is enough.
Yes, it is. So Tactical will give his thumbs up on this one. There is a Rock Slide, and it does take out the Nut Stunfisk. In comes the next Rock Slide. Not putting all his money on his Noxowl, sweeping whatever's at the back.
Yeah, so he really needs this Frostless to take out the Stunfisk. Frostless is a high attack Pokemon, but cheap Rock Slides really still do hurt this Pokemon because it is really frail.
Yep. Here comes the first Shadow Ball. It does not take it out. Then it's unfortunate. Will he shield? Yes, he does. He pulls up a shield onto his Frostlass. It would have been perfect gameplay if it took it out, but the Protect Shield is up and it will get farmed down.
So, however, there is still a move queued up for the Frostless. Lickitung, of course, has to come in here. And we are going for an Avalanche. This is going to deal quite the damage if it goes unshielded. However, it is obviously not enough to take out the Lickitung. Not at all. And we are switching directly into the Noctowl. Now we are seeing the Noctowl Mirror. And this is not looking good for the Nut.
Yes, but what is looking good for the Nut is that he does have a little bit of energy lead. In the end, it's going to come down to what Noxowl comes out of it with a little bit of energy advantage to do some damage back to that Lickitung. The first Sky Attack goes in unshielded, and here comes Lorenzo's own Sky Attack onto the Noctowl.
So we know how much damage this is approximately going to deal at this point. Yet another Sky Attack will be thrown down by the Nut onto this Noctowl.
Yes, luckily this time around the Nut's Noctowl wins charge move priority and gets to throw the Sky Attack first. This puts him in a pretty advantageous position because there could be a chance that he can get another Sky Attack off on the Lickitung. As we know, Lickitung's licks don't do a lot of damage to the Noctowl, so he needs to make sure that he gets some moves onto the Lickitung.
Yeah, wow, and an immediate switch.
Tries to catch the move, but unfortunate for him, and this body slam will be enough to take out the Noctowl. That was really, really unfortunate there. Again, it's charge move priority decided the outcome of this game.
Wow, really, really strong. I gotta be honest there. This first Earthquake of Lorenzo and the first shield, he completely predicted the Galarian Stunfisk mirror match correctly.
Yes. Two events had to happen to flip that game into Lorenzo's favor. The first one was him understanding, all right, the Nut's not switching out into his Medicham when I switched my Stunfisk in, so he does not have a hard Stunfisk answer. So that would mean the back line is already known. He knows at that point that the Nut is running a Frostlass and a Noxowl. So he has time to prepare for what's happening at the back, whereas the Nut doesn't know what could be the potential third Pokemon from Lorenzo, because you don't safe swap a Stunfisk if you have a Lickitung at the back.
Sure, absolutely. There was no real answer to this Stunfisk, and I think Lorenzo played this all out correctly. It was really good. And honestly, this is what I love about casting Pokemon Go or Pokemon Go in general, because these games are always so close. We had this huge situation with the EQ in the beginning of the game, which put Lorenzo in such lead, and in the end it really also still came down to being able to catch this attack or not.
Yes. Yes, that was the first. That was the first amazing. First game, Nut with an amazing call. Second game, the Nut was expecting Lorenzo to bait. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. And what really flipped the game in the Nut's favor was that CMP event that Lorenzo won on his Stunfisk to throw that Rock Slide before the Nut could throw the Earthquake, and that flipped the game. Both of them are absolutely tense right about now. Lorenzo started with, oh my god, what's happening? And then he switched to, yes, I got this.
Yeah, and now the Nut is really looking frustrated. I think it is so funny and also quite cool to see the players' thinking faces, because everyone is looking really stressed and focused, except for the former Lille champion Dex, who is just always laid back.
Yes, yes, exactly. The former Lille champion Dex and
Lille. I'm sorry, Lille, former Lille champion.
You know, I'm gonna bring this up whole day today, right?
Bonjour, guys.
Oh Jesus!
So, do you think that it is a strategy from Dex to look laid back, but he is really tense as well, or is he just actually a super chill guy?
I think one of the best mentalities to have to do well in this game is to not get affected by what's going on around you. There will be a lot of critical situations when you play in this format or in team-based formats, or however, there's a lot of, let's say, grassroots events that take place, and when you have to carry your team or yourself in like huge stages, it's very important to be chill. Don't let the pressure get to you, because if it does, sometimes you make mistakes that you probably would never do sitting in your couch playing just with nobody watching. So yeah, I think Dex's attitude is one of the best I've seen so far in all of the competitors. He's not affected at all.
Yeah, and there's also another factor weighing into this. I mean, it's not that important at the start of the day, but guys, if you play tournaments, stay hydrated and eat well, because you will lose your focus in round 10 or 12 or whatever.
Yes, stay hydrated.
I mean, okay, we had rounds 10 and 12, the players didn't, but still.
Are they ready? I think the Nut is not. Lorenzo might be locked in. The Nut is still thinking about what is happening. Maybe we can already take a look at their player screens to see what the Nut is choosing or Lorenzo is choosing.
So Lorenzo is looking like he has quite the headache. Oh, now he looks happy again. So both players are laughing, probably saying something like, yeah, I don't know what I'm doing here. They are both fun guys.
All right, Lorenzo self-affirming his decisions, shaking the head, and now they're ready to go. Both locked in. Let's see if the Nut calls the lead for the third time in a row. We have a Stunfisk lead into a Medicham. Oh my!
This is absolutely massive for the Nut.
Yes, and you can see this time around, Nut has a perfect lineup to deal with this. He does 2 counters on the Lickitung and goes into his own Noctowl. This looks like it's going to be a repeat of game number 1.
Exactly. So we have not seen Shadow Venusaur in any of these matches.
Which is surprising, because it was such a dominant Pokemon. But I understand that the Nut is like, all right, this is my most dominant Pokemon. He respects Lorenzo as a competitor enough to know that's what he's thinking as well, and brings 3 Pokemon that probably deals well against Shadow Venusaur counters, which is what we see.
Absolutely. So he predicted the lead correctly, which is already a huge advantage. Love these mind games in Pokemon Go. And now another Body Slam is being used. We have another Sky Attack charged up. He is going to take another Body Slam with the Noctowl, and then is probably going to farm a bit more before the Lickitung reaches the next Body Slam and attacks with the Sky Attack to finish it.
Yes, that is exactly what the Nut is doing. Here comes the next Sky Attack. Will Lorenzo shield? I would just like to remind you guys who are watching that game number 1, this was exactly the same scenario, and it went down to the wire. Will it be the same right now, or will Nut change this up?
So I really like that Lorenzo brought a team full of tanks. It's 3 tanky Pokemon, no big attackers or something. I think Stunfisk is the strongest Pokemon of all of those in terms of attack. So a Shadow Ball is coming down, is going to deal about 30%, maybe a bit more. And now he's not farming down with the Mudshot. He's actually switching down to the Noctowl. He just saw a little bit of...
Yes, unfortunately for Lorenzo, game 1, there was a Lickitung at the back, which is what he expected, and he swaps in his Noctowl to do exactly what he was going to do game number 1, but he is met with one of the hardest answers for Noctowl in this meta, the Stunfisk, and this is not going to look good.
No, he is using the Shadow Ball, the best attack that he has against this Stunfisk. However, this Stunfisk is even bulkier than his, so takes the Shadow Ball better with lower amounts of damage. So now we are going to see another Shadow Ball. This also goes unshielded because it will tank it like nothing, and it is going to probably queue up a second Rock Slide and then just go for it. So this one you would have to shield maybe if you want to take it. Yeah.
Yes, the Nut is having a really, really good time here. What we can see is that the switch clocks are up, so potentially there could have been a situation where the Lorenzo could have swapped in his Stunfisk to catch the move, but at this point, with 2 shields and having a Medicham at the back, it's going to be really, really rough. Will the Nut shield here? Yes, he pulls up a shield, and he knows it's a CMP event, so he will get off this move whatever happens.
So now the Rock Slide comes down. There are no Protect shields remaining, as you guys can see on the left screen. This Rock Slide is being charged up. He hit all the Rock Bubbles, and the Noctowl actually tanks the attack. And we have an immediate double switch into the Galarian Stunfisk and the Medicham to fight it. This one goes unshielded, so we are not seeing a Rock Slide bluff. We are seeing a heavy-hitting Earthquake, bringing the Medicham down to less than 50% HP. However, this Medicham can actually counter down a lot more and is going for the Ice Punch now, knowing that this will go unshielded and this will take out the Galarian Stunfisk, maximizing the energy.
That was very, very amazing lead and amazing adaptation by the Nut, because he knew the game 1 was so close, too close for comfort.
Yeah.
And he's like, all right, I know what you're going to do, and I will do exactly the opposite of that, and you have no chance. Absolute dominant gameplay by the Nut, who was retired.
Yeah, he was not. I mean, he was, but he is back, and he is back in style. So both first games were really close, but in game 3, the Nut went for the full mind game, and it worked out perfectly. He was in such a dominant position from the start. Lorenzo tried to outplay him, but he anticipated the wrong Pokemon in the back for the Nut.
Absolute dominant show by the Nut 93. Lorenzo did his best. Game number 1, down to the wire. Game number 2, CMP event. Game 3 was the Nut saying, all right, I know what you're going to do. I'm here, do your best.
Yeah, Lorenzo did his best, but it was unfortunately for him not enough to beat the Nut. And we are, after a short break, going into the winner's interview, so you can hear from the Nut himself. Stay tuned.
Welcome in. We are with the winner of the first losers bracket, Mr. Sunglasses, right?
Yes, that's my name.
I was the game, Felix.
Horrible. I played that really horrible.
Really, you think
And
so?
he played super. Yes, I won every lead. That's why I went 2-0. Dude, my opponent was amazing. Like sitting in front of him, you're already scared. I theory crafted a lot before, so with some friends. Shout out to Polymers, good job, dude, love you. And we were sure he would bring Medi every game, but he told me right now he was really scared of the Frostless.
Yes,
I'm happy.
exactly, exactly.
But I thought he will lead Medi or G-Fisk game 1.
And what was your game plan then?
I had a Medi lead, so the game plan was win that lead.
And you were expecting, I mean, Frostless was looking good, so
Yes.
why you decided to, let's say, not play it, or?
Because Frostless looked so good, I was pretty sure he would bring Stunfisk and Lickitung every game. And Frostless can play against them with an energy lead, but it's not awesome. So I decided I have other options. My Noctowl looked pretty good as well, and if he brought Noctowl all the time, because he kind of had to as a Medi answer, because Trevenant was unplayable for him, let's be honest. Yeah.
What are the next steps for you? What's the plan?
I enjoy
Sweeping
my...
everything?
Of course, yes, 100% agreed. I will sweep the world right now. No, I didn't expect that to come that far. I'm having a super good time, and I don't expect anything right now. I just have fun, easy.
Okay, congratulations again, Felix. Good luck for the next matches.
Thank you.
And we are going to see you again on stream, for sure.
Yay! Hi, Mom. She looks it. She looks it.
She looked at it.
Yeah,
for
of
sure.
course. She watched it.
Hi, Felix, mom. So we are good. We are going to prepare for the next match. That's going to be between Inadequance and Colin. So
I'm hyped to see that. My future opponent.
Colleagues.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, my colleague and my future opponent, probably.
Exactly.
The one that loses. So.
Oh. So we are going to just go back to some middle screen.
Please. Thank you.
Great set of games we've had so far. We have had the Nut progressing and RCS Aurelius. The next game is going to be pretty hyped as well. It's two Dutch players going up against each other. this kind of means that there's always going to be a Dutch player that we are going to see that's progressing.
Yes, exactly. But it's not a surprise. We were talking yesterday, 4 Dutch players out of the top 8 here. Massive performance from them. One of them is going to go to the losers bracket here, while we are watching the team with Inadequance on the left side and Colin on the right side. Any thoughts on the team, Abis?
I'm surprised Inadequance is running such a spicy team. He's the only one in the top 8 running a Mandibus and the only one in the top 8 running a Jellicent. I think there was 2 Jellicents throughout the whole tournament, and one of them is in the top 8 that is being run by Inadequance. I'm very, let's say, excited to see what moveset he's running on the Jellicent, because it has a huge array of moves.
Yes, so I was talking to Inadequance yesterday, so I know the moveset. Obviously, I'm not going to share that here on stream, but yes, and the Jellicent could have some play here. It's a bit weird depending on obviously on the moveset he's running, but it could have like a double nuke one, so being able to do some neutral or super effective damage on everything here.
Yes, and another Pokemon that's really standing out is his Mandibus. Looking at Colin's line, usually what happens is that Lickitung versus Noctowl really comes down to the wire, but Mandibus versus Lickitung, the Mandibus absolutely dominates that matchup.
You're right, and I think that Mandibus is definitely a pick for Inadequance to break that Lickitung say swap that is so strong in this show 6 pick 3 format. We saw that almost everyone has a Lickitung, and that Mandibus forces you maybe to think out of the box if you are the opponent. Let's move to the game.
Oh, what a unfortunate lead for Inadequance, leading the Lickitung into the Medicham. Let's see how these 2 battlers try to play it out. Safe swapping into his Nidoqueen, and he is being met with the hardest wall possible to the Nidoqueen with the Galar Stunfisk. Will he try to CMP event? Yes, he does. Goes for the Poison Fang bait here.
Will we see a shield? No shield. Colin calling that Poison Fang bait. So now the big question for Inadequance, will he shield the Earthquake? Is not doubting, is clicking on this protecting shield and shielding the EQ.
Yes, that was a very heads up shield from Inadequance. And will he go for another CMP event? No, he throws one before the Stunfisk gets to an Earthquake. Will Colin shield this? He will have to.
He's definitely going to shield. That Earth Power will have taken out the Stunfisk, and now going for another charge move priority with the Poison Fang on the Earthquake from the Stunfisk.
Yeah, this unfortunately doesn't do a lot of damage, but this Earthquake will send this Nidoqueen back into its Pokeball, and let's see what Inadequance comes in to farm this Lickitung. He brings his own Lickitung to take out this Stunfisk, as you can see, because the Stunfisk is double debuffed at this point. The Licks are doing a lot more damage than it should.
Yes, they are, and also making sense. He has that Mandibus lurking in the back, and will Colin stay in this matchup while being so debuffed? Will he try to preserve his Galarian Stunfisk? He's opting to stay and to throw that Earthquake.
Yes, this Earthquake does not take out a good IV Lickitung, and look at Inadequance's Lickitung surviving with so much HP and able to get out this Power Whip. This is going to be very interesting. Can a 2-shielded Mandibus take out what's at the back?
Yeah, and we see Inadequance smashing that switch button to go directly to avoid the minimum farm. It's a small Mandibus, so you are only applying a lot of pressure on that Medicham with the charge moves.
Yes. Counter, on the other hand, is going to do a lot of neutral damage. It is a very good fast move. You see the first aerial is coming, but then Medicham has quite a bit of energy that it can throw onto this Mandibus. The first Ice Punch comes in. It's going to do about 25% to this Mandibus.
Yeah, going unshielded at this stage. Both players still have a shield. Colin looking great with one Alphimon as well in the back. Let's find out. And Inadequance is going to shield that Ice Punch.
Yeah, the Ice Punch is shielded, and this Medicham is looking in a prime position to do a lot of work on this Mandibus. Will he pull up a Protect Shield here? There is no Protect Shield that is being
No shield, and it's going to barely survive. What a play, and catching the aerial ace on the Sableye as well. Really good play by Colin here.
Yes, and this is putting Colin in the driver's seat. The Sableye will have to land the return to win this matchup, so he will have to farm quite a bit of energy on the Sableye, throwing one before he gets to the return, but unfortunately for Inadequance, he has no Protect Shields to protect his Mandibus, and that foul play takes it out, and the Lickitung has nowhere to go, and how much ever energy it has, it is not going to be able to do
to come back in this game. Really strong performance in this game one by Colin. So definitely someone, maybe a less well-known player, but having a really interesting run here in Lille, taking out some players that were maybe most known as well, and just doing dominant performance all the time.
Yes, Colin's been very, very impressive so far, and he is continuing his form, taking a point of Inadequance, and he is looking confident. Inadequance, on the other hand, is a little bit flustered. He needs to change his battle strategy to try and come out as a winner from this matchup.
Exactly, Abby, and if you are Inadequance, what would you change here in a way? Because you are just one loss away. You need to win if you want to stay in, to remain in the winners bracket.
I think Inadequance was kind of expecting Colin to run Azumarill and the Galarian Stunfisk, because those are the two Pokemon that are going to do well against his Mandibus, whereas the rest of his team loses to it. So he bought that Nidoqueen to deal with this. Unfortunately for Inadequance, Colin said, okay, I know that you're going to think this, so I'm going to do the absolute opposite. I'm going to bring a line that you think will beat you, but in the end, he ends up beating himself.
Yeah, so that's going to be interesting to see how Inadequance is going to adapt, if Colin is going to call those tiny changes that we might see.
All right, both players locked in. Let's see what happens. Colin leading a Medicham, and Inadequance with the Jellicent. This
and
is amazing.
Finally,
matchup.
we see that Jellicent lurking, and look, this time Inadequance looks in the driver's seat, calling the line, and now coming with that Mandibuzz on the Lickitung. And like you were mentioning earlier, Abby, this is a dominant matchup for the Mandibuzz. You resist the licks, and basically the Lickitung can just throw body slams at you.
Yes, the body slams will come in from the Lickitung, but unfortunately, it's not going to do a lot of damage. But here comes the first body slam. Let's see what Inadequance does. He opts not to shield, which is the most obvious move to do here, and you see him farming on that Mandibuzz. This would have, I think it is a CMP event, but let's find out. Here comes the body slam from the Lickitung.
Yeah, you're right, and I think at this stage, yes, he's going just to build to 100 energy before throwing, to try to have that charge move as well, to have some residual energy when he leaves this matchup, to be able to threaten or at least to chip the next Pokemon that is going to come into play.
Yeah, you are absolutely right. Here comes a body slam from the Lickitung, and the Mandibuzz is throwing snarl after snarl after snarl onto this Lickitung so that he builds up a lot of energy. He throws his Dark Pulse. Dark Pulse should be able to take out this Lickitung in this range, and the Mandibuzz has enough HP to do some more damage to that Medicham that might come out.
Or that Sableye as well, but Colin opting to come with the Medicham indeed, and the Mandibuzz, like we were mentioning, is going to reach an aerial ace and even might be able to reach another one.
Yeah, this is going to be really close. Will he get there? I don't think he does. He dies with the
Does!
Oh, he does! Oh my
What
god,
a play.
that is amazing play there.
1 HP and the Dream reaching that aerial ace and chipping even more. What some work Mandibuzz has been putting for Inadequance in this game.
Yeah, and there you see the Lickitung at the back, and Colin knows that this is going to be a huge uphill climb for him. Lickitung with 2 shields against Sableye with 2 shields. The licks are adding up, and all Inadequance has to do is keep shielding everything.
Yes, totally, and you resist that Shadow Claw thanks to the normal typing. So really, Inadequance in the driver's seat for this game. basically, we were just talking earlier. This game comes down to who is able to read what the opponent is going to bring. And in the first game, Colin got the reads. In the second game, Inadequance got the reads. And I'm really hyped to see how they are going to do in the next sets.
So here comes the power whip. If Collins doesn't shield this, it is going to take out his Sableye. Colin shields this power whip, but Inadequate still has quite a bit of energy on his Lickitung. Will the Sableye get to a return before? No, he does not. And this power whip will most definitely take out the Sableye. And that should almost be over, but there is a Pokemon looming at the back, and that is a Medicham. Medicham has a lot of energy. Can he counter down the Lickitung? No, he cannot, and
unfortunately.
That is unfortunate.
And we see a lick down. I really like what Colin did in this end game because he stick to his win con, knowing that to have a shot he needed to farm down that Lickitung to throw at the Jellicent. And also something interesting to note is that we don't know the moveset of the Jellicent yet. Either the fast move and the charge moves.
We know that the fast move is Bubble.
Yes, you're right.
But we don't know we know the charge move is Ice Beam and Shadow Ball, but he's not been revealed to Colin. So this is going to be very interesting on how Colin tries to approach game number 3, because game 1 he got the amazing lead and the amazing swap, but game number 2 Inadequance was on point. He knows, like, all right, this is what he's going to do, this is what I will do, and he's absolutely executed it to perfection.
And I'm so excited to see that game 3 super decisive. One of them is going to stay in the winners bracket, so I can't imagine how the pressure could just be on you, especially if those two players, they are in day 2, so they're probably thinking, I want to win this. They are competitive enough. I want to win this. So the pressure should be at its maximum right now.
Yes, it is absolutely maximum, and at this point, when you're 1-1, you don't really have to think about what happened game 1, what happened game 2. Okay, I could have won game number 2. All you think is, now it's a best of 1, and I have to focus on this game. You, of course, use information that you've learned over the 2 games, but for you as a player, as a competitor, focus on game number 3 as game 1, and that is it. It's a best of 1. I will have to win this. So that's what should be going through these 2 players. Both of them very, very nervous. Both of them trying to be as focused as possible to pull out a win here. And they're taking their time trying to choose Pokemon, because I understand.
Yes, definitely. It's super high pressure moment, and I mean, those players, they are not here for nothing. They must have prepped so hard before, run so much CMs, so much scrims as well. So this is a decisive moment for them.
Yeah, I mean, I would not want to be sitting in that hot chair right now, because 1-1 is always absolutely soul-crushing when it comes to the pressure. But these 2 are very, very high-level competitors. They're used to this pressure, and they will do whatever it takes to win game 3.
Are you expecting some changes in lines? For example, some Pokemons that we haven't seen, like the Azumarill or the Registeel on both teams. Is there a chance you think that we are going to see that into play?
I'm not entirely sure. I think both players bought really, really solid lines, game 1 and 2, and unfortunately it did not work out for one of them in both games. So I still think there will be a balanced game. Azumarill, we might see it because game 2...
Oh, this is a good lead for Colin with the knockdown into that Jellicent, and Inadequate swapping into the Registeel, and Colin answering with the Medicham.
Yes, this is not a bad matchup for the Registeel, even though it is a Steel-type Pokemon. The Zap Cannons do neutral damage, and they do a lot of damage.
And he gets the buffed. And you see there, the lack of a fighting charge move is going to hurt that Medicham, because you are throwing resistive Psychic at the Registeel, and the Registeel is going to be able to reach another move, forcing a shield.
Yes, getting shield advantage here is absolutely huge for Inadequance. If Colin decides to do it, yes, he pulls up this Protect Shield. taking no damage from the Regiseal. Of course, taking 1 damage from the Regiseal and countering all the way down. But this is now a 2-stage debuffed Medicham. What is it going to do to this Jellicent?
Is starting to throw up Psychic at first, but let's see, we'll see that double debuff Psychic into a Pokemon like Jelly, and we see him swapping into the Noctowl. What a really interesting play there, and Inadequate is going to reveal the Ice Beam, a double nuke Jellicent, really interesting pick, and we see a protecting shield from Colin.
Yes, Colin is wants this Jellicent out of the way, so he is being absolutely protective of it, using 2 protect shields already, whereas Inadequance has 2 left. Inadequance pulls up his protect shield, stops the Shadow Ball from landing. Will he get to another Ice Beam?
He
Yes,
gets
he
to another Ice Beam, and this is going to do a lot of damage, and I wouldn't be surprised if Inadequate swaps into his Mandibuzz right after to protect in a way that Jellicent, and indeed he comes into his Mandibuzz.
Yes, the Mandibuzz cannot shield any of these charge moves that is coming in from this Noctowl, and as you see, there is no protect shield being pulled up. Will Colin come and try to do a little bit more damage with that Medicham, because we know that the Medicham has an Ice Punch stored, so this will come down absolutely to the wire. Here's the next Sky Attack, and Mandibuzz is still happy farming this Noctowl.
Exactly. Mandibuzz is such a tank. Everyone likes to call the Mandibuzz the flying Umbreon, and that's for a reason. And now we see Colin coming in with the Galarian Stunfisk, and that's why I think Inadequance was thinking there is the Stunfisk in the back and preserve that Jellicent.
Yes, he preserved the Jellicent, and he also has a shield. He will put this in a range where the Rock Slide at this point does not take out the Mandibuzz.
And that's crazy to say, a super effective move on the flyer, but you just take that, and we see that combo play, keeping that Mandibuzz alive and now going into that Jellicent.
Yes, going into Jellicent, he wants to tank this Rock Slide. Does he survive? He survives with 1 HP, but will he get to a move though? No, he does not, and that is very, very unfortunate. The Mandibuzz has too much to do at this time, and Colin takes the game. Amazing, amazing gameplay from Colin. We thought that Inadequance had the game, but Colin flipping it on its head at the last minute. Very, very well played there.
Exactly, and Colin is going to continue his massive run here in Lille, pursuing in the winner's bracket. Inadequance will still have a shot at winning this.
All right, exactly. That was such an amazing high skill game. Inadequance probably not expecting that Stunfisk at the back, or not doing enough to protect the Jellicent. Coming in and staying in with that Noctowl matchup proved to be costly. It was a team read that went wrong, but yes, it's a call you have to make.
Exactly. Sometimes you get the right call, sometimes you don't get it, but that's the level here, the level of the players is so crazy, so much high-skilled player that every decision has an impact here.
Yes, for sure. That was one of the closest games I've seen, game number 3. It did not look absolutely close, but I think it was down to the wire. One decision change.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that if he could, for example, tank 1 extra mud shot on the Jellicent, he will have reached a charge move, and that game could have been different.
All right, we go wait for the winner's interview. We see Leo grabbing Colin, and we will get back with them soon. See you.
Welcome back, guys. Already with the winners interview. We have Colin here, who just advanced even further in the tournament. This was such a close matchup. How do you feel?
Amazing, incredible. It was a really rough matchup. Bit of RPS involved, but managed to pull through.
Yeah, and it was quite the good fashion that you won this in. So let's talk about your next opponent. I mean, we have discussed your roster already like 15 times this weekend.
Yep.
So who are you most afraid of? What are the Pokemon that you have a problem against in the future?
I've looked at the teams of my opponents, and the Shadow Venusaur on Tactical's team seems pretty dangerous. So I hope Wolfpack beats Tactical, but we'll see.
Yeah, this would be really good for you. So do you think you have a chance of winning the title? I mean, you're at this point now, so basically there's no going back. You have to win it all.
Right, I've beaten great opponents so far, so why wouldn't I beat another few?
So who do you think you will face in the final?
In the final? I think we could have a Dutch final with... No, we couldn't. Well, Tom's Tactical, I'm facing him next round probably. I think we could both make it to the final.
Yeah, if Thomas wins the next round, of course.
Yeah,
this next featured match will be him, by the way. So stay tuned. We will not wait much longer, and then we will see Tactical versus Wolfpack. Welcome back, guys, to yet another round of Pokemon Go at the Pokemon Go Regional Championships in Lille.
Lille,
as I was
France.
told. Lille, France.
Exactly, and we are going to watch the second winners final between Toe Tactical and Wolfpack.
Yeah, we have another tournament favorite in here.
Yes, exactly. Toe Tactical definitely one of the favorite to win this year, and he's going to face kind of an underdog here with Wolfpack, French player that was quite not known before the tournament, but that just qualified brilliantly for sweeping his bracket.
So he actually told me that he had to cancel his train ticket.
Yes,
because he
that's
thought
right.
he was going back yesterday already.
Yes, that's right. That's the funniest part of it is that he brought a train ticket to go back home yesterday, but unfortunately or fortunately, he's going to have to stay one more day, and this is a good story. It could be a good story to tell if you win it.
Yeah.
But let's find out. Toe Tactical is going to be a rough player to overcome, definitely. We have a look at the team. So if I remember correctly, it's a Kanto, Shadow, Ninetales, and we see that lead, that Kanto, Shadow, Ninetale in the lead against that Noctowl.
Yeah, so this should be a quite even matchup. I mean, Kanto Shadow Ninetales is going to deal a lot of damage with these weather balls.
Yeah, exactly, and the Ninetales also has access to that overheat nuke, and if it lands on anything, it's going to do a ton of neutral damage or super effective damage against Toe Tactical's team.
So Ninetales shall be preserved with the Protect Shield against the Sky Attack, not the strongest of move. And there is a catch. The Umbreon is going to take the Sky Attack like it was nothing.
Yeah, exactly. We saw Mandy Buzz in the previous game, how bulky it was. Now we have that Umbreon into a Medicham. So not on paper, not the best matchup, but Umbreon can fight back with those neutral foul play into that psychic fighting type.
Yeah. The counters really do hurt from Medicham. However, Ice Punch and Psychic are not the strongest move against Umbreon, so we might actually see this Medicham preserving all the energy and just countering down this Umbreon.
Yes, maybe that's what Toe Tactical is trying to do, but I don't think you can farm down an Umbreon. This Ice Punch, like you were mentioning, is going to do some cheap damage, but that's going to be, look at the damage. And the Umbreon will reach, yes, it reaches a foul play. Oh, wow. That was really, really close. Coming back with the Azumarill now to just soak all that energy. That's a play we saw a million times. You have a Pokémon in your team. You just you soak all the damage.
And this is a matchup you want to see as the Azumarill player. However, Medicham has such a big energy advantage that it can actually fight back here with two Psychics. This is going to deal a lot of damage. It's not going to take out the Azumarill, however, it's going to bring it to really low HP. And now we have this switch. My god, this was strong. This Alolan Ninetales is in a good position against this Venusaur, and I think that both shields will have to be used here.
Yes, and a Frenzy Plant, even if it's resisted at that stage, it's going to be probably enough to take out the Shadow Kanto Ninetales, and Wolfpack is going to put out his last protected shield.
Do you even go for another Weather Ball here? Yes, you are expecting it to be shielded, so he's not even hitting any of the balls.
No, maybe trying to undercharge to farm down the Venu, but is opting to shield, and is
really
barely is not reaching a move, and now there is that Weather Ball to take out this Noctowl, and let's find out if there is maybe a way for Toe Tactical to come out of this matchup.
We have seen this in both games, or in this game on both sides, that Pokemon were barely knocked out before reaching the move. And
yes, exactly. What a performance from Wolfpack, winning that first game against Toe Tactical.
As the underdog.
Exactly, really keeping his calm, and it's the only, I think, Shadow Kanto Ninetales we have in the top 8, so definitely a good and interesting pick to see.
And this one did a lot of work. I'm going to say this was the key component in his team right now. This dealt so much damage.
But it makes sense if you look at Toe Tactical team.
Absolutely.
This Ninetales looks really good, and for Toe Tactical, the key in this game 2 and potential game 3 is really to try to deal with that Ninetales. How you do that? Because as a Shadow Kanto Ninetales players, if you look at the damage of an overhit on even like on something really bulky like Licky Tongue, you are going to freak out.
Yeah, this is a lot of damage every time. And this Alolan Kanto Ninetales in the Shadow form has no counter on the opponent's team. There is nothing that can really beat it. Stunfisk is an option, however, Stunfisk is still going to have to shield these weather balls and is going to take a lot of damage from
you're right. The Stunfisk against that Kanto Ninetale matchup is really a weird one for a Stunfisk. You will think that having access to Mudshot and Earthquake puts you on the edge, but in reality, that's way difficult. And just like that, Overeat just one-shot the Stunfisk. And we see an Umbreon lead into a Medicham, so a good lead for Toe Tactical here in this game too. And we see that Kanto Ninetales safe swap.
Yeah, it is a safe swap indeed. It's funny to see a shadow aggressive Pokemon that is really frail as a safe swap, but as we already said, there are no particularly bad matchups. Also, Medicham will only quickly reach the Ice Punch, which is a move that won't deal too much damage, but however a bit because it is resisted, because it is really frail.
Yeah, it is resisted, and I really like the play, grabbing a shield before swapping out into the Noctowl, and he's going to use the Noctowl to soak all that energy.
Oh, so we are farming energy until we reach that overheat to use a weather ball. Is it shielded?
Gets the bait. Wolfpack really being maybe starting to be in Toe Tactical's head here, and he's going to shield because he knows that he's going to be able to reach another charge move and to put even more pressure on Toe Tactical, reaching that overhit, banking that overhit. What a play by Wolfpack!
Absolutely, and there is no shield left on the Tactical side, so there will be a Pokemon falling to it. Though Tactical now charging the Sky Attack, it is not going to deal very much damage to this Umbreon.
If you were here in the room, the crowd is starting to go wild while we are seeing a Sky Attack that is going to be land on that Umbreon.
This Kanto Shadow Ninetales really doing a lot of work. This Umbreon as well. Umbreon almost at 2 foul plays. Oh, there is still 1 shield remaining. I have mislooked at that. So this kind of changes.
That foul play will not kill, and we see Thomas swapping from this matchup, taking the foul play on the Medicham.
Yeah, and you really don't want to shield a foul play in this situation when you're seeing a Kanto Ninetales with that much energy on the opposite side.
Exactly, and Toe Tactical is an amazing player, so he knows that Wolfpack has an overhit. He knows that he needs to keep that shield for a potential overhit.
Oh, and there is even a Medicham at max HP on the team. And the Noctowl is almost gone, and the next opponent is a Licky Tongue. Licky Tongue has an okay matchup versus the Medicham, but it is not great because you still take so much damage from these counters, which makes it easier for Alolan Kanto Ninetales, my god, to take it out with a Weather Ball.
Yeah, you're totally right. And yes, we saw that matchup a few times since yesterday in the Zeros, Licky Tongue, the Licks add-ups, but now it just can't shield.
Yeah. Look at this. Though Tactical barely has any Pokemon left that have much HP, this Licky Tongue has almost fallen.
And Wolfpack throwing that Ice Punch, getting the shield, and let's see if Thomas can farm down. Oh, going with that Noctowl.
Oh, that wasn't really what he wanted to see there.
Yes, that's going to be costly. And Toe Tactical knowing that game is over, just reeling, and Wolfpack continuing his upset. And to be honest, we just saw 2 weak games in the winners bracket, and so far the 2 underdogs taking the W.
Yeah. Wolfpack looking mighty strong in this matchup.
Exactly.
The crowd was going wild.
That Shadow Kanto Ninetales put so much work.
It is a crazy meta call, not gonna be honest, not gonna lie here. So what you're seeing is the entire crowd, most of them are friends with Toe Tactical. The players all really like each other, but Wolfpack is getting cheered on by everyone because he is the underdog, and this is such a beautiful story.
Yeah, exactly. What a game, and what a gameplay, honestly. Wolfpack played that Ninetales on point.
Perfectly, yes.
Baiting when he had to bait, banking energy when he needed to bank energy. That was impressive.
Yeah, and he never used that overheat in a game.
No.
He always just threatened the opponent. He got out the shields. He always just used the weather balls. And in the end, he had so much energy on this thing, though Tactical just had to forfeit.
Yeah, exactly. And that overheat threatening everything on the tactical line was key. He played that perfectly, and we are going to have him on stage for a quick interview.
How are you feeling?
Still checking.
But the good thing is you've always been smiling throughout this event,
Yeah.
so that's
Oh, yeah.
nice.
Always
you,
smiling.
you just beat one of the favorites to take this tournament home.
Yeah.
How does it feel, other than being nervous?
No, I don't. I can't believe it. Really, I was just playing my best, like I said yesterday, and I almost didn't sleep. So I don't know how I'm feeling.
Yeah, but, I mean, game number 1 was absolutely insane. Like you knew you kind of predicted Venusaur at the back.
I just count. The Venusaur. I was telling myself that he will play it.
Uh-huh.
I was kind of sad when I didn't see him in the lead, but I was sure he was doing this. So, but when my plan was just to catch something, and I thought he was gonna be okay with my Nighthawk.
Yeah, and looking at Thomas's team, it was kind of weak to Umbreon. Like
Yeah.
there is no real hard
Umbreon and
answer.
Ninetale too.
Yes.
So,
you
I
put
play
both
around.
together. Very, very well played. That was, I mean, I think everybody there, game 1, they did not know what was going to happen because it was so close. I think that last fire spin killed when the Venusaur got to the frenzy plant. Almost.
I don't know. I lost the counts after that. I lost
You're
every
like,
count.
Oh, the Venusaur is gone. I'm
Yes.
good. That is amazing. Let's see. Let's hope you get more of these amazing games for us
Yes,
to
we'll
see.
see.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Let's
you.
go back to the audience.
Yes.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. We are here for the next round of top 8.
Yeah, I mean, the last one, I'm still flustered from the last one. It was so good. Such an amazing gameplay there. Knowing his opponent's weaknesses and absolutely exploiting it.
Yeah.
And the next one is an absolute hype matchup as well.
Yeah, we are going to see Inadequance versus the Nut 93. This is going to be an absolute banger matchup.
Yes, Inadequance's team is absolutely different from everything that we have seen so far in this tournament. Of course, there's 4 Pokemon that are quite meta, but the other 2, no. I mean, I think it's very, very different.
And we are seeing the Nut as the last German player in Top Cut wearing the Dutch flag. This is kind of beautiful.
Yeah, it is very beautiful. I think Inadequance appreciates this gesture.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see the love that is in this Pokemon Go community. I love it so much.
Both of them are very good friends as well in real life, so this is going to be a very, very good game. They will probably know exactly how the other person plays, and yeah, that is being very
a little bit of friendly banter before the game. This is very nice to see. So, we have seen the Jellicent in the last game, and I think this was the first time we have seen it on screen, right?
Yes.
So it did not exactly perform that well, right?
I think game number 2 it did. It did exactly what it had to do. Game 3, what happened was unfortunate that it was a 50-50 call. I think Inadequance thought at the back, okay, there might be a Sableye and my Mandibus will do absolutely amazing versus it. So he just kept the Jellicent onto the Noctowl. If Inadequance has predicted there was a Stunfisk at the back, then the match would have been different. Jellicent did a lot of work for Inadequance, but what Pokemon that didn't really show up for this regionals is a Shadow Nidoqueen. Yeah. I've not seen a lot of Shadow Nidoqueens go through, but we still have one in the top 8.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen it go through once, I think, in the first featured match that Inadequance had. There it was really important, key to his victory, but after that, all the Nidoqueens were actually beaten quite easily. So let's see if this Nidoqueen is going to get put down on the field again.
All right, Stunfisk lead into a Regiseal.
Really
the Nut is absolutely on point, trying to read the games and the leads. Here comes the Stunfisk going up against the Regiseal. This is a good matchup for the Stunfisk because it does get to the Earthquake just before the Regiseal gets to the Focus Blast. No, the Regiseal gets to the Focus Blast first. 15 turns for the Focus Blast and 16 to get to the Earthquake.
So there is the Focus Blast. The good thing playing against Registeel is that you
oh my gosh, what a catch by Inadequance. Look at him taunting the Nut 93, but Nut is way too focused in his game to look back. And here comes the Frostlass. This is not what you want to see as Inadequance, because this Frostlass is going to go to town onto this Medicham.
Yeah, this was a great catch. However, he lost the switch advantage, and now this Frostlass is going to deal a lot of damage. Not going to take basically any damage from these counters. Ice Punch is also not going to hurt, so he will have to go for the Psychic. Psychic would deal a lot of damage. However, it can be shielded.
Yes, and both competitors having a lot of fun. This is why we play this game, looking at each other and laughing. But here comes a Psychic, and it is shielded by Inadequance. He now has one shield left, but at this point, the Frostlass can go to this Avalanche and take out this Medicham comfortably.
Yeah, unfortunately for the Nut, he cannot just easily farm down the Medicham. Now we are going into the Frostless versus Registeel matchup. There are no shields on the Nut side anymore. He will go for a Shadow Ball, which is going to deal a lot of damage.
Yes, there is no Protect Shield coming up on Inadequance's side. Taking the Shadow Ball, he will probably go up to 100 energy and throw the Zap Cannon to take out this Frostlass. We have to remember that the Stunfisk is energy dry, so when it comes back in, the Registeel is going to be in the driver's seat, but it's a Venusaur that comes in.
And it is a Shadow Venusaur again. What a Pokemon. Frenzy Plant is not going to come out first. There is going to be a Zap Cannon. It is resisted by the Shadow Venusaur. However, Shadow Venusaur is still a frail Pokemon.
Oh man, that is very unfortunate that the Frenzy Plant did not come out first, but I think he threw immediately after the turn, which is why it was not a CMP event as well. Throwing the Frenzy Plant and dipping into his own Stunfisk. At this point, I think the match is so even. Who calls the bait? Will the Nut go for the Earthquake? Yes, he does, but the Lickitung throws first.
So this obviously cannot be shielded. Krasnod's Power Whip still dealing a bit of chip damage, and we are going for an immediate Earthquake. Will this be shielded, or will this be really close to taking out the Lickitung? We are not seeing a shield yet. He does shield it in the last glimpse of a second.
Man, that was such a last-minute decision, and we were all both sitting on top of our seats. But unfortunately, here comes another Earthquake, and this Earthquake is going to put this Lickitung very, very, very low. Will it get to a move? No. It does not.
Oh, really close. Did not want to go for the body slam, tried to go for the Power Whip, did not reach it. So we are very close to hitting the Earthquake. Earthquake goes down on the Registeel, and this will be game 1.
Yes, amazing by the Nut 93. Inadequance had a bad lead, bounced around it, but the Nut absolutely showing how dominant of a battler he is. Made no mistake throughout the whole game.
Honestly, today I have seen so many Earthquakes.
I think top battlers know if they risk baiting the rock slide, it's going to be very costly.
Yeah. So many Earthquakes resolving, and Inadequance laughing it off. But man, you have to focus now. You're down 1-0 versus the Nut 93, and this is not an easy opponent.
It's really, really fun to watch these two interact. Inadequance is like, all right, calm down. It's just one game. I can take the next one. Showing the thumbs up to the crowd. And Nut is all comfied up in his Dutch flag.
Absolutely. Sitting next to the shiny Magneto. What's
Magneton. Magnemite.
Magnemite, right.
Yes.
Magneto is the German one, by the way.
All right. I really like that it's having this cool glasses on.
Yeah. The glasses are suiting it.
Yes, of course. As did it suit Nut when he was on the interview as well.
Oh yeah, that absolutely. Okay, so getting ready for game 2. You want to avoid having a bad lead as Inadequance, obviously. I mean, this is brave statement, hot take from my side here. Have good leads, guys.
Yes.
So, what do you bring?
I can't say.
Oh, Registeel again.
Oh,
versus
this
the
is a
Venusaur.
good lead. This is a very good lead for Inadequance. This is exactly where you want to see this Venusaur. Inadequance going for this ABA lineup where his first Pokemon and the last Pokemon do very well against Venusaur. So this is absolutely amazing. But Venusaur's Frenzy Plants do a lot of damage. It is a Shadow Venusaur and it resists everything that the Registeel throws at it.
So now we are seeing he is going for the Zap Cannon, trying to get the attack drop instead of the defense drop. This makes a lot of sense. So let's see if he gets it. This deals about half damage.
Oh, that is unfortunate. He doesn't get it, and this Frenzy Plant is going to do a lot of damage. If unshielded, the Nut can shield once and farm the Registeel down.
That is true.
That is insane. Let's see what Inadequance goes. Does he goes for the Focus Blast? No, he tries to catch a move on the Mandibus, but unfortunately that is not going to come in. It's a Sludge Bomb.
He's going for the Sludge Bomb. Mandibus is going to take so much damage from it. He's not going to shield it, and this deals about 40% on this tanky Mandibus.
Man, that is a lot of damage. Now this puts the Mandibus in a range where 2 Rock Slides take it out. So the Nut absolutely in the driver's seat. Here comes the first Dark Pulse. Dark Pulse does about 30% to the Stunfisk, and this damage slowly adds up, but the Stunfisk is a very, very, very bulky mon.
And you said it already, 2 Rock Slide will take out the Mandibus in the end. And Mandibus, this is not a move you want to shield, right? You don't want to shield the Rock Slides that are not even same type attack bonus by the Galarian Stunfisk.
I think one of the best things that happened to Galarian Sunfish as a Pokemon is to have access to Rock Slide, because it gives it so much coverage. And Nut can at this point farm a little bit more so that he has some residual energy to throw at whatever comes after. And he's been absolutely on point. He knows one more Snarl, the Mandibus will get to the move, so I will throw one before.
Perfectly counted here by him, and now we have the Medicham in play, and he is going to reach the Earthquake before he gets countered down by the Medicham, so not an easy farm down for the Medicham. Do you shield this? You have to preserve some HP on your Pokemon. Yes, you shield this, but this was really strong of this Stunfisk. Perfectly used.
Yes, now the Medicham is exactly where it doesn't want to be, in front of a Frostlass. He is baiting this Ice Punch. Will the Nut shield? Yes, and he pulls up a Protect Shield, and that is not what you want to see as the Nut. Let's see if he gets to another Psychic before the Nut throws. The Nut throws on Charge Move priority, and Frostlass, being a very attack-weighted mon, wins Charge Move priority and gets that shield from the Medicham.
However, the Nut still has one Protect Shield remaining, so there is still a chance that he is going to shield this Psychic.
Will he, though? No, he does not shield the
and
Psychic.
It almost takes out the Frostless, so there is only one Protect Shield remaining on the side of the Nut, and he actually catches this attack. The Shadow Ball is going to go into the Registeel.
Oh my god, this is an amazing play by Inadequance. I think this is just barely enough to maybe flip this matchup. Can he counter it down? Yes, he counters the Frostlass down.
There's so much energy.
Yes, there is so much energy. He can farm down this Venusaur before it gets to Frenzy Plant. Oh my, what an amazing play by Inadequance, and he pulls this match out. We have no idea how.
This looked so good for the Nut. He was in the driver's seat the entire time, and then he just, Inadequate, just casually gets out his Medicham, and the Medicham goes counter, 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 counter. Crazy.
He punched that Frostlass back into its Pokeball.
Absolutely, absolutely. He punched it down so hard. Did not even care about all the energy that it was storing. Ice Punch? What is that? I have counter. I don't need to Ice Punch my opponent's Pokemon.
Yeah,
absolutely stunning.
It's absolutely insane game. I have no idea what happened there. He pulled it off. That Shadow Ball catch was insane. I think the Nut was caught in the moment where he did not want to wait a turn to throw his move. If he did, the catch wouldn't happen, but Inadequance absolutely had one win played for that one win condition, and he won. That's insane gameplay there.
And I am so happy that we are going to see another one of those games, because these games have been absolutely crazy.
Yes, and what we have to take note is the Nut's been so good at calling the leads.
Yeah.
This is the one game where he did not manage to do it. He had the Shadow Venusaur on the Registeel.
I mean, the Shadow Venusaur on Registeel is not the best matchup. However, you also resist your opponent's attack, so it's kind of a neutral one. Like the Frenzy Plant still dealt a lot of damage. It is a rather cheap move, and it was okay-ish. It was not where you wanted to be, but it was okay.
Yes, Frenzy Plant, as it's a Community Day move. You will have to Elite TM it to get it now, but there are usually events where you can get these movesets. And also, more importantly, ask your community members if they have a Frenzy Plant Venusaur lying around. And if you're a Go Battle League player, you need to get it.
This is such an amazing Pokemon, such an OG Pokemon. Always happy to see it. However, he got the start wrong, like the lead. And this was the game where he looked the most dominant all the time. We thought, wow, he has this. What a crushing performance. And then he lost to 10 counters. And it is starting a Venusaur into the Mandibus. And this is not going well for the Nut now.
Yes, this is not looking great for the Nut, and he swaps into a Frostlass. Frostlass is not a good matchup for both parties. He goes for the Aerial Ace bait, and does he get it? And the Nut shields the Aerial Ace. This is going to be very, very costly for the Nut. Oh, he knows, and he shakes his head where Inadequate swivels in on his seat.
However, this Frostlass is really, really strong against Inadequate's lineup. He has super effective moves to hit on every single Pokemon here.
Yes, for sure. And you see Inadequate wants this Frostlass out of the way, and he is going for the Dark Pulse, and the Nut has to call this. And that is what he does. He calls the Dark Pulse, but now it puts the Frostlass in a very advantageous position that it will get to the move before the Mandibus gets to another Dark Pulse.
So if this one gets shielded, we have all the shields out immediately. Basically, at the start of the game, the Shadow Ball connects, and it almost takes out the entire Jellicent.
Oh, going for the charge move priority and gets it. The Avalanche is resisted, but the Jelly has no HP. Both of them are having
surprised.
Yes, both of them are having a blast, and that's what we love to see. Will Inadequates come in with the Mandibus? Or will he come in with his Medicham? He comes in with the Medicham.
He's just trying it again. He's just trying it again to just counter the opponent down. And he has another shield. He can shield this. It was a bait. The avalanche is not going to connect, but it takes out the shield while still prevailing some energy on the Frostless.
Yes, but at this point, he can throw a few more counters and throw this Ice Punch before he gets to a move. But that was amazing try by the Nut, predicting what Inadequans will want to do and trying to get that move on to the Medicham.
So no more Protect Shields remaining on either side. This Medicham mirror match is going to be dominated by Inadequans because you can just go for 2 Psychics. No! The Psychic was predicted! And now we can just freely go for 2 Ice Punches against this Mandibuzz, probably going to take it out easily.
Yes, these Ice Punches do super effective damage, but 2 Ice Punches will not be enough. Here comes the next aerial ace. Will this KO? Will this be enough? Will this be enough? 1 HP and a dream. Maybe.
And Mandibuzz is getting taken out! The other Mandibuzz is going to be switched in. He's going to counter a bit more to prevail some energy. Going for the Psychic. No, this Psychic is maybe going to take out the other Medicham?
Yes, it will take out the other Medicham, and it has a lot of energy loaded.
Absolutely.
Will Medicham carry Inadequans?
Ooh.
Oh my god, no!
Oh, he went for another Ice Punch.
This is
charging.
No, he cannot.
Yeah.
This will take out the Frostlass, and the Frostlass is at a move as well. Oh no, he doesn't click on it. No!
Oh.
Will this be a CMP event? Yes, it's going to be, and the Venusaur wins CMP. What
the
an
Venusaur wins the
amazing
CMP.
game!
The Nut goes for the
God.
Frenzy Plant, hitting the Medicham, taking it out, and advancing, kicking out Inadequans of the tournament.
What a game. That was absolutely down to the wire. At every point in the game, we thought, okay, Inadequans has this one. No, the Nut has this one. No, the Inadequans has this one. Oh, that was really, really amazing.
Oh, this was the best game of the entire tournament so far, not going to lie.
Oh my, I don't think this is one of the best games I've watched so far.
Yes, absolutely. I have chills, I have goosebumps all over these players, and of course you can see that Inadequans is sad. It was such a close match for him.
Yes.
He almost made it, he almost beat the Nut, but he didn't in the end.
I think there was so many times where where Inadequans could have flipped this. If he threw the Ice Punch on the Frostlass to take it out, the game was over.
Yeah.
If the Nut didn't force the swap, the game was over. But it's, oh my god, I have no words.
I'm so happy. I have no words as well. I was hoping for you to say more, actually. But however, I think someone who has words is going to be the Nut93. So stay tuned for his winner interview. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm here with the winner of this amazing game. So I don't know for the people that are watching the stream, but I was in the middle of the crowd and they went wild with that last game. How was it on stage?
Um, pretty wild. Good team call on my side, I guess. But dying with that, fainting with that avalanche, I did not realize I had it. I thought he gets another psychic and it's over. I was like, oh my god. I
But
was so stressed.
You made it, and you offer us maybe the best of 3 we have seen so far in this tournament. And I'm really curious of the next ones. How are you feeling? Winning? Still winning? What's the next plan? Winning, right?
There is no plan. I take it as it comes. I'm super happy to be here again, doing on the Windows interview. Hello. But it's so great to just be here. I enjoy my time and take it how it comes. I could definitely play better than I did on stage because I have to admit I'm a bit nervous here and there.
Yeah, but it makes sense. I mean, everyone will be nervous, so I definitely
Obviously.
can understand.
I think right now I'm more of the calm ones. If you look at the others, they're shaking in their booties.
Thanks, Felix. Congratulations again, and good luck for the next matches.
Thank you. Have fun watching and commentating.
Thanks. Welcome back.
I can't. I'm still recovering from last game. I was one hell of a game. I have not seen anything like this so far.
I'm really jealous because I would have loved to shoutcast this game. Like I was saying, I was in the middle of the crowd here. Everyone went wild with that game 3. That was crazy. And we are moving to the second losers semi-final.
And it's going to be Toe Tactical going up against Arceus Aurelius. One of the things that I find funny is in Salt Lake City there was one Toxapex that made top 8, and there's another Toxapex here.
Yes, and we were talking, the two of us, on how Toxapex kind of shifted the meta, bringing other things into play, like a Shadow Lapras as well, and we have both on Arceus Aurelius team.
Yes, and what is absolutely interesting to see is Toxapex can hit everything on Thomas's team for neutral or super effective damage, and with that bulk, and maybe if he can find a way to give it shields, it's gonna do so much work. And another Pokemon that stands out for all right, we are already in the game. They're locked in. Cresselia lead into a Lickitung.
So that's a good lead for Toe Tactical. Those Lick, they are going to do some super effective damage and they are going to add up, and we see the Lapras save swap from Arceus Aurelius.
Exactly, and we were talking about this Lapras save swap from Arceus. It's, yes, of course, the Medicham is going to come out with a huge advantage from this, but he does have that Cresselia at the back that is going to tank all the damage. But let's see what the Medicham does. He is not throwing any energy and going for the Psychic. If unshielded, this is going to be enough to get the Lapras out of the way.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be enough. And look at the backlines. Now the Obstagoon, that there is the Medichan that just Lapras to just draw out the Medicham, and now there is the Obstagoon in the back that is a bit freer.
Exactly. Here comes the first Ice Punch. Ice Punches don't do a lot of damage. The Cresselia, it does maybe 10%, and Arceus is very, very comfortable farming up to 100 energy. Here comes a second Ice Punch, and this is also not shielded by Arceus Aurelius.
Yeah, exactly. He's going to throw here the grass knot just to optimize energy because he doesn't want to go over 100 energy. It's going to take out this Medicham, and Licky come back into play.
Yes, he immediately swaps into an Obstagoon. This is 2 shielded Obstagoon going up against a 2 shielded Venusaur. What is important to note is the Obstagoon gets to the moves before the Venusaur does, and Tactical being very smart and not shielding the first one because this was the one that can potentially give the Obstagoon a boost.
Yeah, exactly. And if we are talking about a boost, the first one is the one that is going to do the less damage to her. On the other side, I'm expecting Arceus Aurelius to shield every Frenzy Plant on his Obstagoon.
Yes, he has to, and that's exactly what he does. Here comes a second Night Slash from the Goon, and it is being protect shielded by Tactical. The next move is going to be very, very critical because who gets there? Will he try to sneak? No, he gets a move through.
Yeah, exactly. Shielding that Frenzy Plant, like we were saying before, is going to be able to throw a Night Slash.
Oh, that is
that
unfortunate. He tried to counter down, but that was not enough. Here comes the Frenzy Plant to take out this Obstagoon. The Cresselia does have a lot of energy, but it does have a full health Lickitung to get through. The first Moonblast comes in. Will it get a debuff?
Ooh, critical moment, but that Lickitung is super healthy and is going, and Tactical still has a shield, a potential Venusaur to catch, even if I don't think it's going to be necessary. First Body Slam is coming into that Cresselia and is going to do a decent chunk of damage.
Exactly, putting the Cresselia in the red, and at this point it's going to be a lick down for Thomas, taking game number 1 in such a dominant fashion.
Yes, and I think that Tactical in this game 1 really read perfectly the game plan from Arceus Aurelius, leading with that Cress, having that Medicham bait, knowing that Cress is able to just tank all that energy and banking on the fact that Gun could sweep, but that Shadow Venusaur did look super good.
Yes. So Shadow Venusaur surviving with that 1 HP absolutely flipped that game. I think, yep, Shadow Venusaur did so much work that game. I think it is one of the best closers that Thomas has. He knew what Arceus' gameplay was going to be. He was to get the Medicham out of the way, and the next best Pokemon that Arceus has is the Obstagoon. So Arceus planned for the Obstagoon to sweep, and Tactical was like, all right, there's probably going to be an Obstagoon at the back. I'm going to give 2 shields to my Venusaur, and I will totally take this game.
Yeah, exactly. And you were mentioning on the stream, yes, Obstagoon is going to outpace the Venusaur, but Frenzy Plant really eats like a truck, whereas the Night Slash is, let's say, a more less costly charge move, less hard-hitting charge moves, plus the 20% shadow bonus that really adds up in those kind of matchups.
Yeah, that was very, very close. I think one more counter advantage and the Obstagoon would have done enough to take the game.
So I'm really curious to see how both players are going to adapt. Clearly for Arceus Aurelius, you know that your strat, everything maybe you have planned is not going to work with Tactical. Yeah. So you need to adapt. You need maybe to be more creative. You need to try a new strat. And those players, they arrived here, they are going to do that.
Oh, that is not the lead that you want to see if you're Arceus Aurelius. Medicham into the Lapras, and he's going for his safe swap, Cresselia. Cresselia versus Lickitung. This is a very neutral matchup if you ask me, because the Moonblast do quite a bit of damage, and if Arceus gets lucky, he will get this attack fall. while this
Yeah,
Moonblast lands.
let's find out if the Moonblast is debuffing. No debuff so far, and allowing Tactical to build some extra energy on the Lickitung, and he's going to throw that body slam. Obviously, no shield. We are talking about 2 tanks. They can take hits for a while.
Yep, you are absolutely correct. You see the Cresselia hitting the yellow first. This is because of all the super effective damage that the Lickitung does with its licks onto the Cresselia. The second Moonblast lands, and both of them are at the yellow, but the Lickitung has so much energy. Will he throw just before the Grass Knot? Yes, he does.
Does throw just before the Grass Knot, but that Cresselia is going to survive that body slam, and as that Grass Knot ready, we see a shield here.
I don't think there's a necessity for the shield to come up. It's almost dead, but it does have a body slam stored. Will Arceus want to protect and save Switch? No, he does not protect shield, and the Cresselia is taken out and goes back to the Pokeball.
Yeah, exactly, and it's interesting also to note that Arceus Aurelius is kind of using the same strategy than in Game 1, ABB here, trying to attract the Lickitung to have the Trevenant in the back to sweep. So let's find out if the strategy is going to work in this game.
Oh, what an amazing call by Tactical, knowing that he had to bait to win this matchup, and calling that initial seed bomb is going to be absolutely crucial on the outcome of this match. The Venusaur, however, in the yellow, and another seed bomb comes in. This has to be protect shielded by Tactical.
Will Tactical pull? Oh, he pulled no shield. Oh, wow, what a mad play by Tactical here. No, he's like just calling all the baits here in the driver's seat after winning the first game.
Yes, and now this is also puts Thomas in a precarious situation where this Trevenant has energy, and he will, at the Medicham, will be forced to expend the shields and also energy to take this Medicham out of the way.
Yes, and Lapras is bulky, like we saw earlier, and if you can put the Lapras in a range where you can just, in surf range, you could flip this game, and we see her trying to catch that Ice Punch. Oh, barely surviving. That's going to be very close. Tactical still with a shield though.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very difficult for Arceus to claw back in. Goes for the first surf. Will this be shielded? But no, it's a CMP event for Medicham. Medicham getting to the Psychic should do almost enough damage to take out the Lapras, but not enough.
Putting it in the red and counter damage, doing the rest of the job. And Tactical putting really a dominant performance here in this game.
Yeah, that was a very, very dominant performance. I don't know if the chat can hear it, but the crowd is absolutely excited with this win. Thomas is now going forward.
To the losers final against the Nut.
Oh, this is again another matchup of friends, and if you followed through the bracket, both of them have the same team.
Exactly, that's a really interesting assumption. Arceus Aurelius was just talking right before. It's either I win and I face 2 times the same team, or either you are going to have a mirror match, and I guess we are going to have that mirror match.
Yes, and we are super hyped for the mirror match. This is, I mean, 2 of the best battlers from the Pokemon Go community in Europe.
Yeah, you're right, and we talked about that Lille event as like a super stacked, super hype tournament. Yesterday was crazy good battles, some upsets, some people moving forward. But if you look at today, I have the feeling that the skill level even increased compared to yesterday. All the battles have been crazy today.
Yes, absolutely. We will now hear the thought process of Tactical as he comes and joins us.
Welcome back, guys, to a quick winners interview with Though Tactical. We have seen you a lot on stream. You have been really successful. How are you feeling?
Yeah, good. I mean, I kind of got clapped in the first set, but now versus Arceus, I was able to kind of get a good lead, and just the game kind of snowballed from there, and I was able to get the win.
Yeah, you played this, I think, correctly. So, what do you think? Are you able to win this now? Are you afraid of anyone in the competition?
I'm extremely afraid of Wolfpack, the guy who beat me today. That Kanto Ninetales is just extremely tough for me, as well as the Umbreon. So if I have to face him again, I'm gonna have to think of something else to run, because what I ran in game or in the first set definitely didn't work.
Yeah, it absolutely didn't work, gotta be honest there. So, can you still win this?
There's always a chance. There's always a chance.
Okay, perfect. I'm going to take this as a yes. So, and you will have to play again soon. So I will send you off to have a bit of a rest, and we will be back with the next featured match quite soon.
Bonjour Pokémon trainers! I am here in Lille with Nuralka, the host of our stream. Nuralka, why don't you tell me a bit about yourself?
I'm a German Pokemon Go streamer, and I do outdoor streams and raid hostings, and also started PvP now. And this weekend my job is to make the Lille regional stream possible for you behind the scenes, and also to beat you in a little competition now.
Exactly, not quite exactly though. So we are going to have a little game. We are going to have a little competition. We both have 15 minutes each to catch the highest CP Pokemon on our way through Lille. I think let's just get it started.
Which trainer level were you again?
34.
34, okay. I'm level 50 Team Mystic, so it should be easy to beat you today, but let's see. Okay, my first spawn. A Pumpkaboo, 114 CP, that's pretty bad. Yeah, okay, let's go. I need higher CP ones. Okay, no spawns so far here, only from my instance. I need to spin the stops to get more items, but 10 CP. That's the lowest one. Oh no. 745. That's not too good, but at least something. Okay, so Leonard, oh, another Apollo. Leonard arrived today, later today, and I was already on a little explore. And the route he is taking, I went already, so we were taking a new route. And yeah, I hope this one is better, but let's see. I'm also doing the Halloween event, started today at 10 a.m. So at this day we are recording, so I'm also doing my quest. Maybe I get also a high CP one from my quest, let's see, but not this Yamask. Okay, now there are more spawns, but the CP are super low. I think I need an Apollo to win, because those spawns had the highest CP so far that I saw. Or maybe we are lucky and even get a Gengar or something. Okay, this one, 240. Maybe I should not catch the ones with the low CP and just check them for a while. Okay, one quest done. Let's see what we get. 404. Error 404, high CP not found.
I think that we are going right. Let's just see if there's a Murkrow. 619 CP. It's not as much as the Ghastly, however, I'm still going to catch it. Come on. No! Okay, okay. Let's take a Great Ball instead to increase our chances. 1, 2, 3. Yes, got it. Okay, okay, quick. We don't have much time. Okay. Oh, 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 oh. We got a Wooper. I'm going to... Okay. Just wait until the people are passing by. And I still just don't seem to be able to catch this Wooper. Okay, stay in... Okay, take deep breaths if you can't catch the Pokemon. Okay, great. Great throw. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. Okay, let's go. Let's go. We don't have much time. Remember, people, always pay attention to your surroundings. Still, our first catch was our biggest one. This can't be it. Okay, we are running out of time. So let's not try to catch this. Instead, let's focus on the big ones. What else do we have here? A Spinnerack. 511 CP. I think this is a really high level for a Spinnerack. However, we do not care about the level today. We just want the raw CP. Still can't seem to catch it. Yeah, this is quite the beautiful scenery right here. It's fun to play in AR here. So far we haven't been that lucky yet. 716 CP, Ghastly is good, but we want more. So we're heading Centreville and we are getting closer to the Opera, I think. So let's see if there are big Pokemon. There are some Zubats. Still, none of them are strong enough to probably beat Nuralka. This guy probably already has like 2000 CP Pokemon en masse. Okay, so a Phantom. 13 CP? No, that's not what we want here. Maybe this Drifloon? Nope. Again, 430 CP, not what we want. Oh, nice, a Pumpkaboo, I love those. I'm catching those regardless. One, 2, 3. Yes, we got it. Okay, perfect. This is a crossroad and I don't really know where to go. So I'm just going to continue this way. Let's see if we can make our way to the Opera. Because this is where I want to go. Okay, so we got a new champion right here. It's Murkrow with 11,058 CP. So let's use a berry, upgrade to a Great Ball. We don't want to risk anything here. 1, 2, and 3. Okay, okay, we got a new champion. 1,158 CP. Beat that, Nuralka. So right now I'm hearing that the players are ready for the next round. So let's just go back to the live coverage of the Pokemon Regional in Lille.
Welcome back, guys, to the Pokemon Go Regional Championship in Lille. Very important, the Lille. So, we are going to see another great match. We are going to see the Nut93 versus Though Tactical.
Yes, it's definitely a Dutch against a German player, and they are, this is something the chat should know, they are super friends in real life. And
super friends.
You see at their team, they are lurking the same teams, and you know why? Because they basically built their team together. Theory crafting, trying to see, and this is going definitely to be a very interesting one. Either when you have like a mirror match like that, it's really comes down to who is able to read well what the other is going to bring in what order, how you can break some potential cores in the opposite lineup.
Another very interesting factor are the IVs. Who is going to win the charge move priorities? And I've overheard the Nuts say, I have not built my team to beat my own team. So he might actually lose some CMPs here.
Yeah, exactly. And but you know, both those two players, I know them in real life, and they are hardcore grinders. So I definitely wouldn't be surprised to see some really high ranks IVs for all those Pokemons. I mean, we saw that best buddy Lickitung tanking like a champ. So probably a high rank best buddy Lickitung on this side. Same with Noctowl. I mean, if you are used to grind a lot, this is a quite common Pokemon, so easy to find. A Frostlass is more a Pokemon only available during winter, but still something that you could have. Medicham. The only question mark in a way is that Shadow Venusaur, because Shadows are only available in Rocket Stops, and it's a bit you and your luck for the IVs.
So this Frostlass might be available soon again because winter is coming, and we have seen a fist bump of the two players. So this might be the game one.
Yes, and you can't imagine how hype is the crowd here just behind us. We are hearing everyone shouting while we see that Venusaur into the Lickitung. So very neutral lead here. Obviously, you have the bulk on one side and you have the RTT moves on the other side.
So as we are seeing this Venusaur versus Lickitung, Venusaur hits like a truck with these Frenzy Plants, but it is a Shadow Pokemon, so also these Body Slams will do quite the amount of damage. The good thing for Though Tactical is he also brought the Frostlass, so if this Lickitung is out of the way after tanking a few Frenzy Plants, this Frostlass could actually sweep.
Yeah, you're right, especially if it's shielded up there. The first Frenzy Plant hitting like a trunk, and you see, what a catch by Thomas there, catching that Body Slam on the Frostlass. It's resisted because it's a ghost type there, and allowing that Frostlass also to grab that small energy lead that could make a difference.
The Rock Slide is going to come off first, so no CMP here. And it is going unshielded so far.
Yes, and because they are high-level players, it's super effective, but they know they will survive that move and that they will reach another move. And Frostlass with energy is a deadly Pokemon. Here, Though Tactical opting to go with the Avalanche, and now will he shield to get off another Avalanche? That's a big question mark. He's opting to let this go.
Okay, so he is really identifying this Medicham as its win condition, and of course the Venusaur that has one Frenzy Plant loaded with energy, so he can go for the Ice Punch. He will counter down the Galarian Stunfisk before it reaches the Earthquake. He does not have to shield this. Rock Slide is not going to deal a lot of damage. So close to an Earthquake that would have dealt a tremendous
really
amount.
close to the Earthquake, and now two shield on each side, but that Medicham is loaded on energy, and yes, you have the Frostlass, but Though Tactical can still bait, or going straight for the Psychic like he's doing right now, and the Nut is going to pull up a shield there.
This was really important. This basically takes away some of the energy advantage that Medicham generated, and now we are going to see a bait Avalanche. It is not going to be the Shadow Ball, it is shielded, so this situation is going well for the Nut 93 so far.
Yeah, you're totally right. Building some extra energy, and now he's going to Toe Tactical is going to throw another psychic. The Nut could hope to shield or could hope to tank it, opting to shield because he knows that he needs some extra energy. And yes, the combo play coming in by Toe Tactical with that frenzy plant. And look how smart Toe Tactical was. Swapping.
And it is taking it out immediately.
Exactly, but he swapped in the middle of that powder snow animation so that he was sure that the Nut couldn't catch the move.
And the body slam is coming out. However, Medicham is going to be able to shield this. One more counter will be enough to take out the Lickitung. And it is going to happen.
Exactly, and Toe Tactical grabbing that first game. But what a game, Leo.
Yeah. Exactly, this switch with the Venusaur in the middle of the animation to fire off the Frenzy Plant, doing 80% of damage to knock out the Frostless. Completely.
Exactly, and I was just, while you were casting the other games, talking to the people in the crowd, telling them how broken Shadow Venusaur is, especially in the current shape of the meta. I mean, we saw that earlier, even against a Registeel that is supposed to really be a hard counter, you have some play, you hit like super hard.
Yeah, this Pokemon is absolutely strong. Basically, all of these Community Day attack Pokemon, these starter moves are really, really putting in the work. They are kind of cheap and they hit.
Exactly, and I was just about to say, if you are starting PvP right now, honestly, you build a team of 3 starters and you could already do some job with it. It's cheap, it's a 10k second charge move, so a good way to start. And if you are new into the community, it's also, you have also the possibility to reach out to some locals. They could trade you some of those Community Day moves and you could start a team and have fun.
And if you catch a really good Bulbasaur or Charmander or Squirtle, wait until you evolve it until the Community Day.
Yes,
so get
exactly.
the Community Day move, so you don't have to use Elite TMs.
Exactly, that's a good advice. And we see how Thomas is really focused here, looking at the team. He knows it's a mirror team, but it's really going to come down to, like we saw in this first game, who is able to have the good reads here.
And the Nut is really deep into theorizing about his next team that he is going to bring. Which 3 Pokemon are you expecting to see here?
I mean, it's kind of risky in a way, because if you saw that Venusaur, you are tempting to bring that Noctowl to hard punish it or to again play the Frostlass. But like we were mentioning, that Frostlass Venusaur matchup, it's an IV dependent matchup. When we are talking about Shadow Pokemon, it's usually hard to really have optimized IVs. So I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest, that the Venusaur would win CMP over the Frostlass there.
Yeah, so what I found interesting is that though Tactical in the first game went with all the 3 aggressive Pokemon, did not bring any tanky Pokemon whatsoever. No Lickitung, no Noctowl, no Stunfisk. This has changed now. We are seeing a Lickitung in the roster instead of the Shadow Venusaur, expecting it to be expected.
Yeah, totally right, and indeed we see that the Nut is carrying that Noctowl in the back, probably waiting to snipe that Venusaur, but there are no Venusaur.
So trying to catch an attack here, getting some more energy. The Power Whip is coming down onto the Medicham. Is not going to deal too much, and these counters do hit hard. Noctowl is switched in now. However, Medicham has quite the energy lead, so it will reach an Ice Punch.
Yeah, exactly, and you see the timing of those moves. It's going to throw that Ice Punch right before the Noctowl is reaching that Sky Attack. And let's find out, because to be honest here, Toe Tactical has the luxury, if he wants to shield and to throw a charge move, he's opting to let the Medicham go, and basically is going to put everything on the 2 remaining Pokemons.
He does not want this switch disadvantage now. He is going with the Frostlasses, going for the Avalanche, throwing it onto the Noctowl, and I think at this HP the Noctowl does not care.
Yes, it does, and look how their counting are on point. Toe Tactical knew that he will reach the Avalanche at the same time than the Noctowl will reach the Sky Attack, winning CMP and ensuring you take down the Noctowl.
Oh, and now we are going for an avalanche. This has to be shielded if the Lickitung wants to stick around, and it is going to be shielded. Now Lickitung has the option to go for the power whip just yet, and Lickitung is switched into the Lickitung to maybe take the hit, and now the Nut is going for a body slam, not throwing.
Yeah, it is going for a body slam. We saw that matchup a few times since yesterday. But all of the tanks, they are both resisting licks because they are normal types. So basically, you just throw body slams, doing a few, doing just some really cheap damage. And what it could be risky is that, wow, what a play from the Nut. We saw Thomas earlier catching the body slam. Now that's the opposite, and that puts the Nut in a really good position here.
So now, though Tactical's Lickitung will reach the power up and has to shield this avalanche. At this HP, the Lickitung would probably be knocked out by this avalanche.
Yeah, it is, and Toe Tactical opting to go straight for that power whip. Let's find out if the Nut pulls out a shield. He will put out a protected shield, and that puts him in a really good spot here.
Okay, so there is a switch out into the other Frostless, so he can't farm it down. There is too much energy on the other Frostless. Avalanche is coming down. Will it be shielded? Does the Tactical want to preserve this Frostless?
Yes,
Shields with 5% HP.
It's going to shield because he knows that he's going to reach that avalanche right before the Nuts. He's going to reach a charge move, and that avalanche at this range is going to be enough to knock out the Frostless. And in the back there is that Lickitung, and both have some energy, and Toe Tactical winning CMP. We were talking about how important CMP will come down, and here it is. And Toe Tactical moves up to into the bracket.
Yeah, another win for the Tactical. This duchy is going places, and the Nut, after a crazy performance, after such a great match versus Inadequance, loses here and gets kicked out of the tournament.
Exactly, and something funny to know is that those two are really good friends. They are playing in the same team as well.
They were playing the same exact team.
And they were playing the same exact team. And this is also something that we really like to see. Friendship and really that social interaction that puts Pokemon Go in such a place when we are talking about games.
It's the friends you meet on the way, basically. It's one of the core values of Pokemon, you gotta be honest there. So this was an amazing match again. Though Tactical dominating the Nut in a mirror match, in a complete mirror match, 100% mirror match.
Yeah, and showing that, I mean, he's not one of the favorite for nothing. I mean, it's just show that, yes, you can have like a rough matchup, for example, with that Shadow Kanto Ninetales earlier, but he's finding a way to just escape from those difficult situations, and we will have the pleasure to have it right on stage.
You have seen him grab Though Tactical, and he's leading him here, so let's waste no further time.
All right, you've been absolutely on fire. Yeah, you started out bad.
Literally.
I mean, I saw you today morning, and you were like very nervous as well. How is your nerves doing? Is it getting better as the day progresses?
Oh, much better. Much better. I have nothing to lose at this point. So, you know, I'm just going to do my best and see how far I can get.
And you're getting far. You're almost there now.
Yeah, I guess so. Oh, yeah. Losers finals next, right? Oh, my. I just hope Wolfpack wins winners finals.
Oh, yeah, you know.
Because I do not want to face him again in the losers finals.
Yeah, his Ninetales and Umbreon is absolutely detrimental for your whole team.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, and he used it in all games. Are you already formulating a strategy to beat him, or are you just going to focus on the next game?
I was going to hope. I don't know. I think I got to try something not predictable, but I mean, I'm not going to say it on stream. I have a little plan, but no, I'm not going to share it, of course. But, you know, if I have to face Colin, that's also going to be incredible difficult because he is an amazing player as well. So either way, we got at least 3 more, like, really good matches to go.
And how do you feel about your team? I think the Nut bought the same team as well, so it must have been. What was the thought process that was going into your head when you were matched up against exactly the same team?
Well, first off, I gotta give all credit for the team to the Nut.
Oh,
I just blatantly stole it from him, and well, it's been working great. So facing him here was pretty amazing actually. Having a mirror matchup, you know, that can always go either way.
Yes.
So. Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Yep, very, very. Thank you so much for being here. Hopefully we have more interviews from you here as well.
Oh, I really hope so, because that would mean I'm going to Japan, I guess.
Exactly. That's what we're going for, right?
Yes.
All right, back to the audience.
Attention trainers, so while you are waiting for the next featured matches to happen, as promised, here is part 2 of my Pokemon Go challenge with Nuzalka. Have fun.
So it's a Halloween event and we have a Magikarp spawn, so this will be it with the ISCP? No. Of course not. We need one more lucky spawn, like a Gengar on Apollo with a high CP one. All the other event spawns are low CP mons. 361. Drifloon, 1008, that's the highest one. Let's go. Okay, I need a golden berry. It's a competition to make sure to catch it. And let's go. Getting closer and closer, only a few chances left from the spawns. Wow, this one is it. 1391. That one maybe can get the win. Let's see if we can catch it. Go, go, go. Yes, we got it. Yeah, only a few hundred meters left. There you can see the Opera. And this is our destination. And we will meet Leonard there. And we got a good CP one now. So let's see if we get lucky on the last meters. Okay, the last spawns. Okay, I will spin the stop. Maybe this Mukro again. 1285. That's close. Maybe this Apollo, I cannot click it. It's inside the Pokestop, but now, yes, 1524. The highest one so far. Okay, let's go. Maybe it's hard to catch. Too nervous, I cannot even. Now. Great shot. And come on. No! It broke free. And I had already a golden berry. Okay, concentration. Oh no. Please. No, it broke free again. Holy shit. Don't do this with me now, please. Okay, great shot again. Come on. One more, yes. Whew, finally, let's go.
Oh, there's a Ninetales. It is actually a Ninetales with 231 CP. This can't be true. No. This could have been like 2000. Should have been 2000. And it escapes. However, Ninetales is a really cool Pokemon and I definitely want to catch that. 1, 2, 3. Okay, let's move on. Let's move on. This Ninetales was for fun, but this is a serious game right here. What kind of cool Pokemon can we find right here, around this corner? Maybe... Okay, there's another Murkrow. We have had some luck with Murkrows today. Let's try the next one. Oh, 1234 CP. This could be it. It's definitely a new champion in our team. Okay, let's count it down. 1, 2, 3. Okay, let's continue. We got this. We got this in the bag. I'm already like 78% convinced that we beat him. Okay, wow. There is a Haunter. 719 CP. How come only the Murkrows are so big? Okay. Okay, let's see. A Ducklet? Nope. Maybe this Ghastly? Nope. Pumpkaboo? Nope. Still gotta catch it. I love Pumpkaboo. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay, let's go. Let's move on. We have no time. And we really want to win this thing. Okay, so there is another Haunter, but it has 385 CP. And another Shuppet, 653. Nah, not quite strong enough. Remember, trainers, it's not always just about the strength of a Pokemon. However, in this game, it is. So there are no Pokemon here right now. I'm hoping it'll change soon, because otherwise our strongest Pokemon only has 1263 CP. I know that I mentioned earlier that you have to pay attention to your surroundings, and that is true. However, I still got absolutely lost, and now I have to find my way to the opera, and that quickly, because I don't have much time left. Still always has to be some time to check for Pokemon. Not the strongest ones yet. Okay, so there are plenty of Pokemon here. For example, another Haunter, still not strong enough. Another Ghastly. Oh my god. Oh my god, is this happening? Is this real life? A Drifblim with 2000 CP. 2000 CP. 2012 even. Okay, so let's try to catch this one. We absolutely missed our shot. Nice, we got a nice throw. Not excellent. 2. No, it broke out. Okay, it broke free. So let's use another Raspberry. It's the Ultra Balls. Another nice throw. I'm too nervous to make the perfect throws, okay guys? Don't judge me for it. 2 and 3. We got a 2012 CP Drifblim, and this is massive. This is so much stronger than the Misdreavus we caught, and I really think we're winning this now. So far I wasn't too sure, gotta be honest. So I can already see Lucas and the guys, and it's not really surprising because we got lost on our way twice. So let's see if he caught a bigger Pokemon than I did. Okay, so we are here for the final comparison. First of all, Nuralka, how was your Pokemon journey? Did you encounter beautiful places and nice Pokemon?
Of course, yeah, the Halloween event started and it's super nice. At the beginning there were almost only low CP Pokemon. It was super hard to find a good one, but in the end I think I managed to find good ones. And how was it for you? The timer was almost running out and I waited for you, so what happened?
So we got lost, I think, thrice during our journey. We had to ask people for the directions, even though I had a map here. I gotta be honest, I was quite confused, but I mean, we made it here kind of in time, and I think I got the perfect Pokemon to beat you. The way we are going to do this is I'm going to show him my highest CP Pokemon, and he's going to read it out for you, and you're going to show me your highest CP Pokemon.
Okay, let's do it. Drifblim 2012 CP. Holy shit, that was lucky. Okay, yeah, I will show you my highest CP one.
It's a Haunter with 1,524 CP, so I have to congratulate myself actually.
Okay, congrats, well done, well done.
Good game, level 50 Mystic, you got this.
It's a beginner's luck,
Yeah,
of course.
Of course it is. So guys, we're going right back to the live coverage of the Pokemon Regional in Lille 2022. Welcome back, guys, to the upper bracket finals of the Pokemon Go Regional Championship in Lille.
He got it right this time. We got to give it to him.
I gotta be honest, I'm really happy that I won that challenge versus Nuralka. Very important match for me. And talking about a very important match, we are seeing Wolfpack versus Colin in just a second. So this is going to be the last two undefeated players in the tournament.
Yes, and two players who have gone through some of the biggest names in Pokemon Go PvP, and they are here in the upper bracket finals. Wolfpack coming with, I think, one of the few Shadow Kanto Ninetales that was in this tournament, and he's absolutely shown up with it.
Yeah, so we have had no checks on the Tacticals team against it, so it just went crazy on him. However, on this side, Colin has the Azumarill, which is completely resisting all the moves that Ninetales has, because it only has Fire-type moves. However, it is running Ice Beam and Play Rough, which are both resisted by Ninetales, so the only advantage that he has are the bubbles.
Yep, you are absolutely correct. But what I also see from this team is that Wolfpack can potentially do exactly what he did against Totaxical as well. Because putting Umbreon and the Kanto Ninetales together, the Pokemon that can answer both of them in Colin's team is Azumarill. You need to put the Azu into one of these at some point. Yes, of course, the Medicham can do okay against the Umbreon, but the charge moves from the Medicham don't do any damage, whereas the Umbreon is always hitting the Medicham with neutral damage. As a safe swap, Umbreon can potentially pull off a win in the zero shield scenario against the Medicham.
So we have against the Azumarill the Trevenant on the side of Wolfpack, which could actually do some work. And now we are going to see it going down. Azumarill is leading versus Medicham. We have a slight delay, so we are focusing on the... Okay, now we are in sync again. Bubble versus counter.
Yeah, at this point, as a Medicham, you want to hit the Psychic, and it does neutral damage to this Azumarill. And based on IVs, this was flippable, but here comes his Psychic. How much damage do you think this does?
About 30%, and it was probably even less. I think it was maybe 25%. And now the Azumarill is going to fire out a Play Rough, and it's not going to go shielded. Yeah. This is a super effective move.
Yes, this is a super effective move, but Medicham is bulky as well. What it might be able to do now is put this Azumarill in the red, and he's trying to catch a move on his own Azumarill, but it does not happen. Here comes the Lickitung.
Wow, this is a really good matchup for the Lickitung. Of course, it doesn't resist anything that Azumarill throws out. However, it has the Power Whip, and this Azumarill in the back of Colin has a lot of energy.
Yes, the Lickitung will have to land this Power Whip to take out the Azumarill, and Azumarill, being the bulky rabbit it is, it will survive this Power Whip for sure. Here comes the Power Whip. Does he pull off a Protect Shield? Yes, he does.
So Power Whip was being protected. How much damage would a Power Whip do on Azumarill? Because Lickitung is not exactly the strongest Pokemon in terms of attack.
Yeah, but since it is super effective, it does about 50%, and that is quite a lot for the Azumarill.
That absolutely is a lot. So this player actually did not do a lot of damage. However, it puts the Lickitung in range of another attack. And this Power Whip, will it go shielded again? Do you bait out 2 shields with the Lickitung?
Ooh, he does get the second Protect Shield, and this Azumarill wants to flip this swap, but he tries to snipe with the Medicham and gets that Ice Punch off, which will end up taking out this Lickitung.
Really strong Lickitung. Gets knocked out unshielded. So we have 2 shields up for Wolfpack in this, for Colin in this scenario.
Yes, this is a very advantageous position to be in as Colin. 2 shields up. Noctowl, one of the bulkiest Pokemon in the meta. You give it 2 shields, you're basically running with 3 shields and a Pokemon.
that is absolutely true. So the first Sky Attack comes through, and now we are having the Azumarill, and an Azumarill with no Protect Shields remaining is going for a hard play rough.
Yes, this play rough is going to be super effective against the Umbreon, and to be honest, it doesn't do as much damage as you might expect it to do on a Dark-type Pokemon. Here comes the Last Resort. Last Resort is neutral, and this will put the Azumarill in the red, but still not enough to take it out. Will it get to another move? Yes, it does get to the play rough.
Yes, and this play rough is probably going to take out the Umbreon, if I recall correctly, and this would get Colin even further ahead.
Yes, he still has 2 shields. The Azumarill will want to bubble down Colin's Azu, but he knows that it is not going to be possible. Yeah. Colin opting not to shield, giving all the shields to the Noctowl. Let's see how this plays out. In comes the Noctowl, and the Noctowl does not have any energy. Here comes the first Ice Beam from the Azumarill.
But, however, there are 2 shields on this Noctowl, so Azumarill is not exactly the fastest Pokemon when it comes to charging up these charge moves. So Noctowl has all the time in the world to channel a Sky Attack or a Shadow Ball. Shadow Ball, being the higher damage move, is maybe going to even take out the Azumarill from this point, and if not, Noctowl has enough time to Wing Attack down the Azumarill, making it, not yet, 1-0 for Colin. This one goes shielded, and the next Wing Attack will seal the deal for Colin. The Dutchman goes up 1-0.
Yeah, it looks like it's the battle of the Dutch people in Lille finals. 1-0 to Colin, and this is an absolute perfect situation to be in. You're in the winner final, and you want to go ahead as fast as you can.
Yeah, you have 2 shots at the finals final. Which is the grand final, as we like to call it. 2 shots at the grand finale. This is absolutely massive because Colin has been, I mean, you guys know that already, unbeaten the entire time. His team was so strong, and he also brought such a bulky team. He barely has any frail attackers.
I think the meta is shifting a lot towards having really bulky Pokemon in your team, or at least to supplement having 2 really hard-hitting Pokemon. If you look at Totactical's lineup and Nuts lineup, you have Venusaur and Frostlass, very, very hard-hitting Pokemon, which is kind of funny because both of the Pokemon are almost mirrors of each other when it comes to when they get their energy. Yeah. And they all do a lot of damage, and then that is supplemented by huge bulk in Lickitung, Medicham, and that's what players are building. They're like having a solid base of bulk, and you have some nukers in your team that's going to be like, all right, let the bulk take all the damage. I will have shields and I will close it out.
Yeah, but I mean, there's basically no hard hitters. The only Pokemon that really deals damage is Medicham, and that one is also really bulky, and the
and we're already up and running. It's Lickitung into a Sableye. This is not where you want to see the Lickitung as Wolfpack. He's immediately clicking on a switch button, but he decides against it.
So, I mean, this is actually not that bad of a matchup. Wow, hammering on the return on Wolfpack's side. He really wants to go for the big damage move. I mean, we have seen this matchup before. Sableye is not the strongest Pokemon in terms of attacks, so this move actually deals quite a lot. I miscalculated.
I mean, it did quite a bit. I mean, this is a very good matchup for if you are the Lickitung, but it is already in the yellow. As you can see at the back, Wolfpack does not want his the Lickitung aligned on his Azu, so he's staying here, and he will go for the foul play. Was this CMP? If this was, this would be very huge, but unfortunately, Colin throws the move just 1 turn before Wolfpack could get his move off. This is very, very unfortunate for Wolfpack.
So we are seeing extremely tanky teams on both sides. Again, the Kanto Ninetales was not brought in here. And by the way, this should be a best of 5, right?
Yes, I think this is a best of 5. This is game number 2, and Colin is in absolute control of this game. The Umbreon is charging up a lot of energy and throws the foul play. But does this take out the Lickitung? What do you think?
I don't think it's going to be enough because the Umbreon is not the strongest Pokemon as well, so there will be another Snarl that will take out the Lickitung, but only after one more Body Slam comes through, which will of course go unshielded.
Yes, another Body Slam, another Snarl, enough to take out the Lickitung, but you see Colin has bought his hard answer to the Umbreon in the Azumarill, and it is perfectly lined up on the Umbreon. Yes, the Umbreon has a lot of energy, but this is looking like a huge uphill climb for Wolfpack.
Last Resort does not exactly deal too much damage on the Azumarill. This bulky rabbit is going to town with all these bubbles. Now, expecting maybe an attack, he switches out. And now we're going for the Ice Beam.
Yes, the Azumarill gets to the Ice Beam first. This is not too bad if you're Wolfpack. Suddenly this game looks a little bit even, because if he manages to get this Noctowl out of the way, which he's already done a little bit of, that's half of Noctowl's HP, that's gone.
Noctowl charging another Sky Attack to throw at the Azumarill. It is not a Shadow Ball, so it is good that Wolfpack did not shield it. And now they are racing again. Of course, Noctowl will reach the next Sky Attack first before Azumarill gets to... No! Azumarill gets to the Ice Beam. This has to be shielded, and it gets shielded.
Yeah, Colin has to shield this and throw a move at the Azumarill to get it in a range where it'll be a little bit more comfortable for his own Azumarill to let's say, either... kill with one, send it back to the Pokeball with one move, or bubble it down.
Okay, so this Noctowl is already at 2 Sky Attacks. The first one was blocked with a Protect Shield. I doubt that the second one is going to get blocked as well, because this one does not take out the Azumarill. Azumarill is really close to getting the Ice Beam, if I recall correctly. And wow, he goes for the Play Rough after switching in the Azumarill there.
Yeah, this Play Rough would have taken out Wolfpack's Azumarill, but yeah, at this point, it's looking really, really, really difficult for Wolfpack to climb. It goes for the Play Rough, gets Protect Shielded, and Colin's Azumarill is very, very well in the green. Tries to catch another move as well, but that does not work out. Here comes the Last Resort. He has almost Last Resort and 80% of the next Last Resort stored. Will he get to another one? Yes, he does, and the Azu is not throwing a move.
However, we have seen how much damage this Last Resort deals. This is about 20% at max, and this does not really hurt this Azumarill too much. Azumarill is at 1.5 Play Roughs. I think one will be able to take out the Umbreon already, and this is looking grim for Wolfpack in Game 2.
Yes, he comes in with his own Azu. It will be a race to charge move, but unfortunately Colin is ahead in energy. Not throwing the Play Rough immediately on the Umbreon comes in very handy when you can outpace Wolfpack's Azu. This is looking very bleak for Wolfpack, because he's now 2 down. He needs to claw back 3 points.
So what we have seen so far is that Wolfpack won most of the games that he played on stream with his Kanto, Shadow, Ninetales. And in this particular matchup, Ninetales apparently does not look too good for Wolfpack, so he decided to leave it on the bench 2 times. What do you think about that?
I think he's playing way too scared of the Azumarill. If I was Wolfpack, I would try to go back to what he played earlier and try to use that strategy, because it's been working the whole tournament. He was undefeated so far. There's no reason to change it. But you saw what Colin was doing. He was always running his Medicham and Azumarill. Both Pokemons can do well against Ninetales and Umbreon. So Wolfpack is now in a position, it's like, all right, this is my best strategy. He's countering it, but me trying to counter his counter is not working. So what do I do?
I think Wolfpack should have maybe brought the Trevenant, which is a really good Pokemon against Azumarill and Medicham, because it outpaces the Azumarill really easily with the Seed Bombs, and the Shadow Claws really deal a lot of damage to the Medicham.
Yep,
so
let's
maybe
see. It's an Umbreon lead into an Azumarill. Oh my god, Colin is on point with his call, swapping into his own Azumarill, and this is going to be met with the Lickitung. This looks really, really good for Colin.
Yeah, of course. And now that he has the switch disadvantage, it is going to be really hard to utilize this Trevenant or bring it in against the Pokemon that you want to see it on, the Azumarill. So let's see if Wolfpack finds a way to turn this game around, or if this is going to be a big 3-0 sweep for Colin.
Yeah, the Protect Shield comes up from Wolfpack. He has to do this because Power Whips do a lot of damage to the Azumarill, and he knows that he needs to get this Lickitung way, way, way down.
Oh, and there is a Play Rough coming out before the Power Whip can be used, so this Play Rough will have to be shielded by the Lickitung.
This is now going to be a really, really close matchup. The Power Whip from the Lickitung does not KO at this point. So here comes the Power Whip. Now what Wolfpack will have to do is to try and get to this player off. As you can see, he's already trying to tap his side of the screen, forcing this player off to go off. Will he get it? No, he does not. The body slam comes through, and that is absolutely unfortunate for Wolfpack.
This body slam is going to take out the Azumarill. Azumarill can't take it. You thought for a minute that for a second that it lived this one, but no, it falls to the body slam. Now Umbreon is trying to reach the foul play. Has reached the foul play, of course. We are not shielding this body slam ever, ever, ever. So
yeah, you cannot shield the body slam, especially in this scenario, because Azumarill has such a dominant matchup against the Umbreon that, well, your Umbreon is kind of useless. So you let it go, and here comes the first foul play. Of course, he's going to be able to snarl down the Lickitung and build up a lot of energy, but will this be enough to flip this matchup?
So this body slam is of course not going to deal too much damage. We have seen plenty of body slams this weekend, not going to lie here. So Umbreon relatively healthy, knocking out the Lickitung with about 49% health, I want to say. And now we have the Trevenant in the Noctowl, and that is the worst possible matchup that you can have for your Trev.
Yeah, at this point, Wolfpack knows there's no clawing back into this game. He throws the Shadow Ball. This is resisted. It's not going to do a lot of damage. And the Noctowl, at this point, if I were the Noctowl player, I would be looking for farming down this Trevenant all the way. But Colin is like, nope, I'm just going to get this game over with. Wolfpack knows, lets the move go onto his Trevenant.
Wolfpack does not even shield this Trevenant. Faints, and now the Umbreon is his last hope of clawing his way back into this. I don't think that it is going to be possible. However, Umbreon throws the foul play onto the Noctowl, and Noctowl is so close to the next move. Wow, we could see another foul play. This will also go unshielded. Noctowl is really healthy. It can take another foul play.
Yep, it easily takes another foul play, and here comes the Sky Attack. The Sky Attack does about 25% to 30% on the Umbreon, and it will put it into the red. Can the Noctowl close this out? But nope. Colin's like, nope, it doesn't matter. I'm just going to go into my Azumarill.
Noctowl will not have the chance to close this out because the full HP Azumarill is charging up the Ice Beam. This is probably going to be the last move of the winner's final. Ice Beam taking out this Umbreon, and it is 3-0 for Colin.
Wow, that was an amazing set of games. Colin absolutely in Wolfpack's head, but Wolfpack will have another opportunity if he makes that lower bracket run to get back at Colin.
Yeah, and this time, if he matches Colin again, if he faces Colin again, he might bring his Kanto Shadow Ninetales, because this Pokemon has helped him so much. And as you said earlier, he might have been way too afraid of this Azumarill.
Yes. The core that Colin's been running was targeted against two of his best Pokemon, which is the Umbreon and the Ninetales. Maybe after 3 games of getting a disappointing swap, Wolfpack will, after making a lower bracket run, have a better approach to this game.
Yep, this is absolutely possible. So we are going to go into another quick break, and we will be back for the winner's interview with a probably very happy Colin.
Yes.
See you soon.
See you.
And welcome back. I'm here with the winner, Colin. How do you feel? Because you just can't lose so far.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, this matchup was great for me, but to secure a ticket to Japan, incredible.
Really. Can you help us about your thought process in this match?
In this match, well, Noctowl was really safe, and Azumarill Lickitung core as well. So I just brought those every game, and it worked out.
And weren't you surprised that your opponent didn't try, for example, to bring like the K9 that looks so strong against the other teams previously?
Right, yeah, K9 is somewhat difficult for Lickitung and Noctowl, but I guess Azumarill scared it off a bit.
Yeah, definitely. Once again, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Good luck for the upcoming grand final, and maybe you can sweep this whole tournament. Let's find out soon.
Looking forward to it.
Thanks a lot again.
So let's talk a little bit about what we expect from the meta in this tournament. The main thing that I think potentially will have a lot of influence on the meta is Toxapex. It is a very, very bulky Pokemon and has pretty good movesets, especially the fast move with Poison Jab, and it's going to have a huge effect on the amount of parries we will see. What do you think?
Yeah, exactly. I think we are going to see a shift on the poison types. So poison types have been quite used a lot in the past in those play Pokemon tournaments, especially the likes of Nidoqueens for most of them. But now with the increase of Toxapex, and will we see more Toxapex having access to that brine to also deal super effective damage for its main counters? Or will we see maybe something else rising up from the meta?
I think what's going to be important is people will decide whether they want to run Galarian Stunfisk, because it kind of is a decent counter to the Toxapex, and also in Salt Lake City it was the most used Pokemon on the top 8 and also overall. I think that's one of the reasons that's going to hold Toxapex back, and I will maybe a lot more of Swampert as well. But people have been refraining from using Swampert lately, but this might be where we see a meta shift.
Yeah, exactly. Also, the nerf to the Walrein is a big thing, and we saw that how much the usage of Walrein decreased in the first regionals. Walrein, Registeel as well, that was less prevalent, even if the Bilbao winner used the Registeel with Flash Cannon.
Yeah.
To be precise as well. So that also is going to free up the space for other picks that are super good, but that were held back by that Walrein Registeel's core, like an Altaria.
Exactly. We saw a lot of Altarias in Salt Lake City, and also what we saw in Salt Lake City was the rise, or at least I'd say from the ashes of the ice types. We saw a Shadow Lapras coming up, we saw a lot of Frostlasses, and I think in Bilbao we also saw an Abomasnow, which I think has a very, very good place in the meta, except for if it goes up against the Toxapex.
Yeah, exactly. Like you are saying, also something interesting to point out is the rise of Noctowl. So I know you like that Pokemon, but this is Noctowl is becoming the premium flyer in those Show 6 Big 3 formats.
Exactly, because Noctowl does whatever it has to do very, very well. You usually want to have an anti-grass Noctowl. You want to have, let's say, an anti-ghost type Noctowl, which again, the third most used Pokemon is a Trevenant in Salt Lake City. You also have one of the most common picks in every regional, Medicham, which again is kind of countered by Noctowl as well. Having absolutely amazing coverage with Sky Attack and Shadow Ball. I think Noctowl is, and its inherent bulk, is a very, very good Pokemon to have in your roster.
Definitely.
I would expect to see it in almost every other team.
Yeah, definitely. And like you were mentioning Galarian Sunfisk earlier, those two mons, they are really flexible, have a lot of coverage, so they bulk, so they definitely do a good pair as well.
Exactly.
Also, something maybe interesting is you are mentioning Trevenant, but the first regional saw kind of a decrease of grass type usage, and with the rise of potential of Swamperts to counter Toxapex, will we see some of the premium grass types back? There is something like a Fairy Wind jump off, for instance, that could be interesting. Trevenant, obviously. We saw some good showcase of Shadow Venusaur at Worlds. Will we see again Shadow Venusaur here?
I think I highly doubt it, to be honest. Yes, there's going to be Swamperts, etc., but, well, I think if there's going to be a grass type, it's going to be Trevenant in my team. Venu is good, but I guess, again, the matchup against Toxapex is not that great. So if you're... It's about who predicts the meta, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
All right. That's all there is, I guess.
Yeah.
Let's look forward to the championships.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be a super hype tournament with a lot of amazing players coming from all over Europe. So definitely we are looking forward to shoutcast that.
All right.
Bonjour trainers. Well, we are in kind of a break, so I am joined here for an interview by Mini Benoit. How are you today?
I'm fine, what about you?
Well, I'm fine as well, thank you for asking. So, first question I gotta ask, how did you get into Pokemon Go?
Oh, I started Pokemon Go when it first started in 2016. I was a huge Pokemon fan before, so having to travel to catch Pokemon was like a child dream to me. It was like being Ash in the anime, so
Absolutely.
I loved the concept, so I played Pokemon Go and it was very, very fun.
Oh, that's an amazing story. So you said you wanted to travel and feel like Ash in the anime. So what were like the coolest areas you ever visited to catch Pokemon?
Oh, I actually traveled a lot for this game. I went to Germany for the Go Fest in Berlin.
Beautiful country, by the way.
I went to Sevilla for the summer reason. I went in London, I went in Dortmund also. There are beautiful cities and countries all around the world, and Pokemon Go is like a pretext for me to travel, and I really love the game just because of that.
I mean, it's completely understandable. So, of course you met friends, but
yeah, of course.
What were like the best stories that you had with friends while playing Pokemon Go? Did you encounter anything cool and you were all excited?
Oh, I don't have any in mind, but I met a lot of friends and even love thanks to Pokemon Go. We played a lot. It's really a game which is based on the community for me. I met so many people from all around the world, and some of them are really, really close friends to me, so very nice community.
It's always great to hear these emotional stories about players finding friends and love because of this game. So, I have to ask you something about your Pokemon as well. So, which one is your favorite Pokemon and which one is your favorite shiny that you own in Pokemon Go?
My favorite Pokemon is Charmander because...
Classic?
Yeah, classic, of course. And my favorite shiny, I guess it's Sableye, because it was the first one I got in Pokemon Go.
Really?
The first Sableye I picked was shiny, and
it's a good one.
Yeah, I love it.
It's a really good one. So, is it also a good competitive Pokemon for you, or which one is your best competitive Pokemon?
I love Sableye actually, competitive, but I'm not sure if I will be playing it tomorrow, so I don't have chosen my team yet, so I love Swampert. I love
Swampert is a really good Pokemon in Pokemon Go for the last 20,000 formats basically. So, I won't ask you anything about your roster, of course this will stay a secret until your opponents discover it in a battle. So thank you very much for joining me, and we will go back to the live coverage.
All right, we are back, and we just come off from this amazing winners final where Colin absolutely got into Wolfpack's head and sent Wolfpack to the lower brackets. Before that happens, before we get to the next lower bracket run, we will get to see the top 4 competitors.
Yeah, exactly. We are going to see a video where we are going to be able to know a bit more about those players that have been playing so well in this tournament.
All right, the video is ready, and I'm excited to look at it. Hope all of you are. Let's get straight into the video.
And we will catch you just after.
I think the crowd had a lot of fun with it.
Yeah, definitely. And maybe that's something you can't hear if you are watching us, but the crowd went wild with that video. And that's the perfect opportunity because we are going to feature the losers final bracket, and it's going to be a rematch between Wolfpack and Tactical.
Oh man, this is going to be really, really good because now Tactical had the time to look at Wolfpack's strategy and come up with something on his own. We see them here already, Tactical flaunting the Dutch flag again.
Yeah, exactly. And one thing to add even more pressure, they are so close to a ticket to go to Yokohama, to the Worlds, and that's going to put some extra pressure on those two players.
Not that they needed any more pressure, but this is again a ticket opportunity. So if the winner of this will most definitely be going to Yokohama.
Yes, indeed. And we saw that match earlier and how that Shadow Canto Ninetales dominated everything. How Thomas is going to be able to try to go around that.
All right, he goes with a very neutral lead. He goes with his Noctowl against the Umbreon. This is not a bad matchup for both Pokemon. We see that there's Medicham and Lickitung at the back. Thomas is preparing for the Canto Ninetales.
Yeah, definitely for sure. He had the experience now, and now Wolfpack is going to launch the first charge move with that foul play into the Noctowl.
The first foul play does about 30% after the snarls, etc. on that Noctowl. Here comes the Sky Attack. Sky Attack is going unshielded on the Umbreon. Umbreon, on the other hand, has another foul play, and he throws one snarl, and the foul play goes off into this Noctowl.
Exactly, which is the perfect timing if you don't want to give free energy to your opponent. And now building some extra energy, and this time the Noctowl is going to throw the Sky Attack.
Sky Attack comes in. Will it be Protect Shielded? No Protect Shield coming up from the Umbreon. Umbreon finally hitting the red and also hitting the foul play at about the same time. Will this take the Noctowl out? I don't think so, but is it enough for a Snarl down, or will it get to another Sky Attack?
It's going to try banking that Sky Attack and swapping into that Lickitung. What a play by Tactical.
Yes, Lickitung, he wants his energy advantage on this Lickitung. He's already done a few licks. Can he lick down the Umbreon? No! Wolfpack coming in with the Azumarill, potentially thinking it's a Shadow Venusaur at the back. We see this first Body Slam bait coming from Tactical, probably thinking he is going to shield because of what happened in the upper bracket finals.
And no shield. What a call by Wolfpack, and now he's going to go for that play rough, and Toe Tactical is going to use the first shield here.
Yes, first shield comes up, and this Likitang is close to the power whip. Let's see what he does. Will he bait again or throw the power whip? One more to the play rough, and absolutely perfect timing from Toe Tactical, throwing in between the move and giving no chance for the Azumarill to do anything. Will this power whip take it out? No, it does not.
No, it doesn't take out the blue rabbit, and now here comes another play rough. Obviously, we're talking about Likitang, so Likitang will tank that play rough, and Toe Tactical is building so much energy. Can he lick down the Azumarill? He's going to lick down the Azumarill. What a play. So much energy now.
Yeah, he saved 2 body slams and a sky attack. In comes this Kanto Ninetales. The Weather Ball Fire does not knock out the Medicham, so he has no fear. All he has to do now is chip this down. Here comes the first Ice Punch, unshielded, shielded by Wolfpack.
Now Wolfpack is in a precarious situation because it's switch lock, so he can't really go for the overheat there. That would be too risky because of the attack drop. Going for that Weather Ball and grabbing the shield.
Yes, grabbing the shield, the lost shield from Toe Tactical, baiting again with the Ice Punch, but we know this Kanto Ninetales is a frail Pokemon, especially because of the Shadow boost that it has, so it now has to throw an energy. You see the counters are already put it in the red. Toe Tactical looks like he's almost sealed game number 1.
Yes, and smartly, quickly coming before switch timer is up to throw that body slam, knowing that the Kanto Ninetale was one short of a move, and all that energy banked is really valuable in this end game.
Yes, here comes the next body slam to take out the Umbreon, and Toe Tactical taking game number 1 in the losers bracket finals. This is amazing showing by Toe Tactical, unfazed by that Umbreon Canine Core that absolutely demolished him in the upper bracket.
You're totally right. And like you were saying, he had a bit of time to think about that, to know, okay, my opponent is playing so this kind of mon, so I need to adopt this kind of strategy. And having those moves banked when he swap out was like decisive here.
Yes, Toe Tactical finding comfort in that dodge flag. He did not have it in the upper bracket when he played Wolfpack, but it looks like it's giving him the energy he needs.
And if you are Wolfpack, you did such a great tournament so far, but pressure should be really, really hard. It's its first play Pokemon tournament, and it's like so close to go to this World's Championship. So that's definitely something he's thinking about, and losing that first game is adding pressure on him.
Yes, most definitely. There's a lot of pressure, and I think if anybody can take it, it's these 2 trainers that we see on the screen. Our Wolfpack is still thinking over what he needs to do, because one of his best strategies is being hard countered by Toe Tactical. I mean, it's not being hard countered, it's being soft countered by Toe Tactical. That's one of the best ways to play this game, is by dancing around with your Pokemon, giving them energy, knowing when to get out and come back in. You saw how amazingly Toe Tactical manages energy in game number 1. He had a Sky Attack loaded on his Noctowl, 2 Body Slams loaded on his Lickitung, knowing that, alright, whatever happens, I've got this game secured 30 seconds before the game actually was over.
Yeah, you're totally right. And also the management of the clock was quite impressive. He knew that he needed to throw quite quickly. And let's move to the next game.
All right, same leads again. It's Umbreon into the Noctowl. We see both trainers doing exactly the same strategy. Here is the matchup of Noctowl against Umbreon. Let's see what happens here. Do they play it around or play it differently? Here is first foul play and unshielded on the Noctowl.
Yeah, obviously no shield. We saw that matchup earlier. Those 2 Pokemons are really bulky. That's why you love that Noctowl, because it can tank so many moves as well. Here comes the first Sky Attack.
Sky Attack again does nothing to this Umbreon. Umbreon getting up to the next foul play and throwing it. And again, exactly the same as what happened in game number 1. No shield from Toe Tactical. The Noctowl goes into the yellow, throws a one-wing attack, and then throws his charge move to make sure the Noctowl does not get any the Umbreon does not get any free energy.
You're right. And now both tanks are in the yellow. And in the previous game, that's where they started to dancing around. So will we see that, or will we see maybe another strategy there?
Yes, let's find out. He goes for the Sky Attack this time around, taking out the Umbreon because Wolfpack decided not to use the Protect Shield. Let's see what Pokemon he comes in with. Will he come in with the Ninetales to farm this down, or will he come in with the Azumarill to farm down the Noctowl?
Ninetales makes a lot of sense because you can build to that Wolverine and threaten the shield and swap out.
Yes, that might be what he's going for. He's one away from the overheat, and he throws the Weather Ball before he gets to the overheat. Does Thomas know his count? Yes, he does, and he does not pull up a Protect
Shield. Wow. And now we see a swap and the Lickitung coming for Thomas here against that Azumarill. So yes, supposed to be a favorable matchup for that Lickitung because you have access to Power Whip to do super effective damage.
Yeah, it is a favorable matchup for the Lickitung, but these play-offs do add up, and play-offs are, unlike the Power Whip, same type attack bonus.
You're totally right here, and we see a first Protect Shield here on the Azumarill to protect the Azumarill because at this stage Wolfpack knows the Azumarill is key here if he wants to win this match.
Yep, going for the Ice Beam bait, and he gets it. He gets the Protect Shield from Toe Tactical, but this is still looking like a huge uphill climb because of the type disadvantage here with the Grass charge move on the Azumarill. Let's see if Wolfpack pulls up another Protect Shield, and he does. This Power Whip will do 1 damage to the Azumarill.
Yeah, it does put a Protected Shield, and you see that Azumarill is tanky, having access to a bit hard-hitting moves, but it charges slowly compared to that Lickitung with that Lick generation energy, able to throw a lot of energy. Toe Tactical opting to not shield, and now he's going to be able to throw that Power Whip. That shouldn't kill, take out the Azumarill, barely surviving.
Yeah, and the Medicham comes in and throws his Psychic onto this Ninetales without any Protect Shield, and this will send the Ninetales packing back into its Pokeball, and the Azu does not have enough HP to do anything. Toe Tactical, being absolutely safe, does not want to make any mistakes, throws the Ice Punch and takes this win. Something that I would like to point out while the players are discussing about the next match is how Toe Tactical was very, very clinical in throwing his charge moves. He waited for the Azumarill to throw a bubble before throwing the Power Whip so that he does not get so that Wolfpack does not get a catch and waste all of the Lickitung's energy. Wolfpack did exactly the same on his Umbreon when he was playing against the Noctowl, waiting for the Noctowl to start the wing attacks animation. Yes, you lose a turn, but your energy does not get wasted.
Yeah, you're right, and we have seen that play so many times today. Obviously, we are talking about the top 8, so we are not surprised to see that level of skill, that knowledge of the game's mechanics, and taking advantage of everything, throwing one turn before the opponent is going to reach the charge move, for example. Amazing gameplay here.
Yeah, absolutely. Wolfpack is now having his back against the wall. He has to put up a fight here against Toe Tactical. So far, it looks like Toe Tactical has taken his time, analyzed Wolfpack's playstyle, and is absolutely dominating this losers bracket final.
Yeah, exactly. And on the paper, the Shadow Kanto Ninetale does look super good, but I think that Toe Tactical managed to outbulk it in a way. So that's a really interesting strategy, and let's find out in Game 3.
All right, game 3 going with an Azumarill. This is a little bit better matchup against the Noxal. Tactical going exactly the same team of 3, knowing that is his best possible win con here. This matchup is pretty close where the Azu fires the Ice Beam first. Will this get a Protect Shield from the Noctowl? No, Thomas deciding not to pull up the Protect Shield.
Yeah, and interestingly, like you were saying, Tactical going with the same team, but we see some changes on Wolfpack's team.
Yes, Wolfpack is adapting. Here comes the Sky Attack. Of course, Azumarill is such a bulky Pokemon, and Sky Attack being neutral does not do enough damage. Here comes the next Sky Attack. This will most definitely put the Azu in a range where Tactical can set up a farm down. Sky Attack, unshielded, Azu in the red. Will he throw the Ice Beam? Yes, he does.
Yes, he does, and Tactical is going to shield because he knows he might be able to farm down that Azumarill.
Yes, that is very ambitious from Tactical because Azu is very, very bulky. He will have to throw a move, and he catches it on the Lickitung. That is amazing play. All this energy goes into the Lickitung, whereas the Noctowl now has a Sky Attack and a half loaded.
Yeah, it does, and maybe we're seeing the same strategy than in game 1, banking a lot of energy on several months and trying to grab shields at some point just to close out with that energy banked.
Yes, this is interesting. First body slam. Thomas is very far away from another body slam, so we'll see if the Medicham is going to do a lot more. No, throwing the Psychic immediately, and this will usually do enough damage to take out the Lickitung, but no!
Barely surviving!
That is a best buddy level 51 Lickitung. Barely surviving. Will the Noctowl come in, or will it be his own Medicham?
Let's find out what Tactical wants to do. Still 2 shields in play again. Can it survive?
Oh
no
man,
shield.
this is a very big heads up play, predicting the Medicham at the back, giving 2 shields to this Kanto Ninetales, and this is looking very, very dire for Tactical. Here comes the first weather ball, does about 30%, 40% damage to the Medicham, and Thomas cannot shield this move.
Yeah, I definitely cannot shield that move. And now, with 2 shields into play, his only play is to try to counter down that Shadow K9 doing so much damage. He's already
and he knows, and Tactical knows this game is done and dusted. He does not invest a shield on the Medicham, and this game is over. 2 shielded Ninetales, absolutely flipping this. We now have a match again. It's 2-1.
Yes, we have, and this is why we are here. What we want to see. We want to see great games, great goals, and like you were mentioning, Wolfpack, knowing that his 2 shield Shadow Kanto Ninetales will sweep in the back.
Man, that was a huge heads-up player. Now Thomas needs a win. Wolfpack needs 2. This is very, very... I think this is a key point because Wolfpack had his back against the wall. He pulls off a win. He pulls off a very impressive 2 shield flex win against Tactical. Let's see if he can put another win on the board, so we will have game number 5.
Exactly, and we saw the adaptation here for Wolfpack, bringing some other mons. Now it's up to Tactical. Will he stick to the same line? Will we go with other choices? What do you think?
I think Azumarill is still really, really strong for Wolfpack. Let's see what they do. He leads the Kanto Ninetales into Lickitung. This is not a bad matchup for the Lickitung. Neither is a bad matchup for the Kanto Ninetales. Let's see how they play it out.
Those backlines switch advantage might be really important here, and we see a swap.
Yeah, swapping into the Medicham, but this is a loaded Lickitung, and the Lickitung has to throw this body slam. We will see what Tactical answers this with. He answers it with his own Noctowl. We know this matchup. We've seen this matchup plenty of times where the Medicham can potentially flip it by going 2 shields down.
Yeah, exactly, and now the Medicham has a bit of energy lead, so it's going to be able to reach also another charge move. Tactical not messing around, he doesn't want to take another Ice Punch, and he's going to throw directly that Sky Attack.
Yes, the Sky Attack gets Protect shielded by Wolfpack and goes for this Ice Punch immediately. Will Tactical pull up a shield, or will he sacrifice his Noctowl for the greater good of his team, and he lets it go?
He lets it go indeed, and maybe he's going to come with that Licky Tongue for a massive farm down. Can it farm down before a Psychic?
Oh!
He can't farm down before
that
a
is
Psychic.
going to be super costly.
Wolfpack still has he only has one shield, and now that Licky Tongue with all that farm down on the Medicham can unload a first move and going into his own Medicham now.
Yes, this is looking like it's still very even matchup here. The Medicham pulls up a shield. Now both of them have the same amount of shields, but the energy is the most important thing here. The Ninetales opting to throw a little bit more energy. Will this be an Ice Punch bait? It's not an Ice Punch bait,
it's not
and he
a
calls
bait,
it.
and Wolfpack calls that using his last protected shield. Can he reach another charge move? He's going to go for another.
Oh man, this is going to be really close. In comes the next last Protect shield from Tactical, and this will be... will this Ice Punch be enough? Yes, it is resisted, but it's still a Shadow Kanto Ninetales. Does it live? I don't... It does! Oh my god, and he gets off a move!
And he can throw that weather ball. The Medicham is going to survive that, but he still needs some HP to take out that Umbreon, and we see that swap into the Umbreon right away. Oh, and another catch.
Does this matter? Because this Licky Tongue does not have enough HP to tank another foul play. The Umbreon will get to the next foul play in 3 snarls. Second snarl, here's the third snarl. Will he go for the CMP event? He tried to, but unfortunately, Wolfpack knows he needs that energy. He needs a foul play loaded on this Umbreon. He is over farming. He is over farming for his dear life. One more. Let it...
and the Licky Tongue is going to reach another body slam. That's going to put the Umbreon in the deep yellow, beginning of red.
Oh man, this is... Oh, he could have farmed it down, but he throws his move. But he does have another foul play loaded, and the Medicham is in a range where the foul play will take it out. He's spam tamming his move, and here's the foul play. Foul play does neutral damage to this Medicham because of its part Psychic typing and part Fighting typing. And that is it. 2-2. We have a game number 5.
We have a game number 5, and the hype is really here. I don't know if you can hear the crowd shouting just behind us, but that's crazy. Wolfpack was down 0-2, and he just found his way back to fight against one of the best players in the world.
Yes, 0-2, 2-1, 2-2, and that is amazing. Wolfpack keeping his cool, and he goes back to his tried and tested Kanto Ninetales against the Tactical.
Exactly, and now it's up to Thomas. What is he going to do? Both players, they are one win away to secure that Yokohama ticket. Pressure might be really crazy right now, as we see some of the spectators here that are saying hi to the camera. So maybe some faces you have seen earlier or yesterday on stream.
We have Status Stan waving at us. We also have the judges waving, and this is absolutely amazing to see. The players, have they locked in? Yes, they have. Losers bracket final game, and it's a Ninetales into a Medicham.
So a pretty neutral lead, like we say. Yes, you have the overreach, you really scared that Medicham, but those counters, they are really going to add up with time.
Yes, at this point, the counters are doing a lot of damage, but so is these Embers. Here comes the first Weather Ball, and Tactical knows it's not going to take out his Medicham, so he is letting it go already in the yellow here.
Will we see a bait? And we do see a bait with that Ice Punch, and Wolfpack directly clicking on the protected shield.
Yes, that is a very, very important bait here. He gets to the move and he throws it. Thomas will have to put up this protect shield if he wants to save this Medicham and take out the Kanto Ninetales, and that is exactly what he does.
All that energy, and we see, wow, Wolfpack trying to go for that Psychic catch.
Yes, that almost worked out, but now this Medicham has to get rid of all its energy onto this Umbreon. It is not super effective, and the Umbreon is putting in a lot of work here. This is a second Ice Punch, and it's still in the green.
Yeah, exactly like you're mentioning. And Snarl building some energy, and Umbreon is a very bulky, very tanky, and now deciding to throw a foul play, and Tactical letting his Medicham.
Yes, letting the Medicham go here so that he can come in with the Noxowl. Yes, this is still a loaded Umbreon, so it will at least get off 3 foul plays on the Noxowl if unshielded. Here comes the first foul play. Does about 20% damage to the Noxowl, and here is almost the second one. Will he throw the Sky Attack? No, he does not.
No, he does not throw the Sky Attack, opting to farm extra energy here, and that energy could be valuable, especially if you look at the backlines. At this stage, both players must have an idea of what is in the back, and now we see that Sky Attack.
Yes, the Sky Attack goes unshielded, but we do know that there is a K9 at the back with a Weather Ball stored. Will he come in with a K9? Because from what I see, the Lickitung at the back, neither the Noctowl is going to appreciate any big moves from this K9.
No energy on the K9 and throwing with the perfect timing once again. Will we see a shield here?
No Protect Shield. The K9 is out of the picture. Now the Medicham comes in. Can it counter it down before it gets to a Sky Attack? No, it cannot. That is unfortunate.
And that is definitely going to draw the last protected shield from Wolfpack. And now it's a Lickitung in the back with a shield advantage against a loaded Medicham. Everything will come down to now. Can he call the bait? Can he call the Psychic?
He does not shield the Psychic. No Protect Shield comes up, and this does a lot of damage to the Lickitung. But the Lickitung does have a shield. 2 Body Slams, and the Licks are enough to take out the Medicham. The first Body Slam comes in, and Wolfpack has no Protect Shield to go behind.
No more Protect Shield. He needs to land that move. Will that Ice Punch will enough anyway? Tactical putting his last protected shield, and now he's going to throw that Body Slam to take out that Medicham and to secure his Yokohama ticket.
Yes, Tactical securing his Yokohama ticket, and look at him celebrating.
Look how happy is Thomas here. Congratulating Wolfpack, and is super happy, and so are we to see a player that really a lot of people appreciate in the community and finally getting his ticket.
Yes, Thomas securing his ticket to Yokohama, but he is not done, because as a competitor, I know him, and he wants to win this all.
So all of us, I mean, if we are doing competitive play, we definitely want to win everything. And here we are going to have a Derby of Dutch in the grand final.
The Dutch Derby, the north of Holland going up against the south of Holland.
And for the viewers, just to precise, it's going to be a best of 5, but Thomas is in a tricky situation because he's coming from the loser bracket, so he basically needs to win 2 times to flip this match.
Exactly. We go back and we see Thomas celebrating, and we will see him shortly. He's celebrating with his friend Inadequence, and we will see him shortly. So we are going to go off and wait for the interview to happen.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. I am here yet again with No Tactical. Congratulations to advance to the grand finale.
Thank you very much. I mean, I haven't won the tournament yet, but I already feel like a winner. That was one hell of a best of 5, and honestly, big props to my opponent as well. I mean, I started off with a pretty good lead, 2-0, and he almost managed a reverse sweep, so that was nerve-wracking to the end, and I'm just so happy I managed to pull the whole off.
Yeah, this was a really bad matchup for you. You basically had no real answer to the Kanto Shadow Ninetales. How did you do it?
Oh man, I have no clue. It was mainly just preserving energy on the Licky Tongue and the Noctowl. I mean, I also brought the Umbreon the whole time, and Umbreon is very annoying for my team. But one thing about Umbreon, the damage output isn't that high, so I was able to farm up with Licky Tongue versus it, switch out with the energy, and then use it later.
Yeah, and this plan really worked out for you. So I want you to have a few minutes of a break before you can actually play the finals. So 2 more questions. Dutch finals, are you excited?
Oh man, it's just awesome that this tournament will go to someone from the Netherlands. So yeah, very excited for that. But of course, I'm going for the win.
Okay, so yeah, that's what I wanted to ask next. A yes or no question. Are you going to beat Colin?
Yes or no? I can't answer that. It's gonna be one hell of a game, that's for sure.
Okay, so let's take this as a maybe. Okay, guys, we will have a shorter break. Actually, the players have to breathe through for a minute, and we will be back with the grand finale of the Pokemon Go Regional Championship in Lille.
Bonjour Pokemon trainers. I am here in Lille with Nuraka, the host of our stream. Nuraka, why don't you tell me a bit about yourself?
I'm a German Pokemon Go streamer, and I do outdoor streams and raid hostings, and also started PvP now. And this weekend my job is to make the Lille regional stream possible for you behind the scenes, and also to beat you in a little competition now.
Exactly, not quite exactly though. So we are going to have a little game. We are going to have a little competition. We both have 15 minutes each to catch the highest CP Pokemon on our way through Lille. I think let's just get it started.
Which trainer level were you again?
34.
34, okay. I'm level 50 Team Mystic, so it should be easy to beat you today, but let's see. Okay, my first spawn. A Pumpkaboo, 114 CP, that's pretty bad. Yeah, okay, let's go. I need higher CP ones. Okay, no spawns so far here, only from my instance. I need to spin the stops to get more items, but 10 CP. That's the lowest one. Oh no. 745. That's not too good, but at least something. Okay, so Leonard, oh, another Apollo. Leonard arrived today, later today, and I was already on a little explore. And the route that he is taking, I went already, so we were taking a new route. And yeah, I hope this one is better, but let's see. I'm also doing the Halloween event, started today at 10 a.m. So at this day we are recording, so I'm also doing my quest. Maybe I get also a high CP one from my quest, let's see, but not this Yamask. Okay, now there are more spawns, but the CP are super low, I think I need an Apollo to win because those spawns had the highest CP so far that I saw. Or maybe we are lucky and even get a Gengar or something. Okay, this one, 240. Maybe I should not catch the ones with the low CP and just check them for a while. Okay, one quest done. Let's see what we get. 404. Error 404, high CP not found.
I think that we are going right. Let's just see if there's a Murkrow. 619 CP. It's not as much as the Ghastly, however, I'm still going to catch it. Come on. No! Okay, okay. Let's take a Great Ball instead to increase our chances. 1, 2, 3. Yes, got it. Okay, okay, quick. We don't have much time. Okay. Oh. Oh. We got a Wooper. I'm going to... Okay. Just wait until the people are passing by. And I still just don't seem to be able to catch this Wooper. Okay, stay in... Okay, take deep breaths if you can't catch the Pokemon. Okay, great throw. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. Okay, let's go. We don't have much time. Remember, people, always pay attention to your surroundings. Still, our first catch was our biggest one. This can't be it. Okay, we are running out of time. So let's not try to catch this. Instead, let's focus on the big ones. What else do we have here? A Spinnerack. 511 CP. I think this is a really high level for a Spinnerack. However, we do not care about the level today. We just want the raw CP. Still can't seem to catch it. Yeah, this is quite the beautiful scenery right here. It's fun to play in AR here. So far we haven't been that lucky yet. 716 CP, Ghastly is good, but we want more. So we're heading Centreville and we are getting closer to the Opera, I think. So let's see if there are big Pokemon. There are some Zubats. Still, none of them are strong enough to probably beat Nuralka. This guy probably already has like 2000 CP Pokemon en masse. Okay, so a Phantom. 13 CP? No, that's not what we want here. Maybe this Drifloon. Nope. Again, 430 CP, not what we want. Oh, nice, a Pumpkaboo. I love those. I'm catching those regardless. One, 2, 3. Yes, we got it. Okay, perfect. This is a crossroad and I don't really know where to go. So I'm just going to continue this way. Let's see if we can make our way to the Opera. Because this is where I want to go. Okay, so we got a new champion right here. It's Murkrow with 11,058 CP. So let's use a berry, upgrade to a Great Ball. We don't want to risk anything here. 1, 2, and 3. Okay, okay, we got a new champion. 1,158 CP. Beat that, Nuralka. So right now I'm hearing that the players are ready for the next round. So let's just go back to the live coverage of the Pokémon Regional in Lille. Welcome back to the coverage of the Pokémon Go Regional in Lille 2022. I'm here with my co-caster Spleen, and since it's the first time for me working with you, what got you into casting? I'm interested.
What got me into casting? So I started playing the game when it launched, so back in 2016. I used to love grinding, but then PvP came out, and actually I loved PvP. It's amazing. Yeah, that was exactly the feature I was looking to really continue playing this game in the long term. And I've always tried to help out in my community and help them like build optimized teams, which Pokemon they should power up and stuff like that. And I was talking to Count Xevious at the time because we are coming from the same city, and we started with this YouTube idea to have a place where people that want to battle could come, improve their mechanics, improve also their knowledge around PvP, knowledge of the metas, like the Go Battle League metas, or also other grassroots organization organizing competitions. And we started like that, and quite quickly after doing those YouTube video, we got contacted by those grassroots organizations to shoutcast their tournaments. So it's including like World Championship team-based formats, or like invitationals, like kind of an all-star as well of the best battlers that are picked as well by those organizations. So we used to cast between around 2 tournaments per month. Also doing that with other famous battlers that are, I'm assuming, that are going to be there in Lille fighting.
Yeah, hopefully we can see them.
Yeah, exactly.
So you kind of are a community hero in that sense. I want to call it like that. You don't have to, I will. How does it feel for you to cast your first regional here?
To cast my first regional, to be honest, I'm super hyped.
That's what I want to hear.
I couldn't be more hyped because I mean, like, the number of players coming here, I mean, we are almost full, I think. I think there were like 119 players yesterday. So it's going to be the best of the best here in Europe. And having the opportunity to shoutcast that is definitely a plus and something I'm going to be really proud of. And I do hope we are going to do a great job so that everything that happened is a big show, basically.
Yeah, I'm also really excited. This is, I think, also the biggest tournament that I have ever casted in Pokemon Go. So we're just going to see what happens. I want to ask you one last thing.
Yes.
Who do you think is going to take the event down?
Oh, that's such a tricky question.
It is.
To be honest, there is so many top battlers that are participating here. I have a lot of friends also that are going to participate, so I'm not going to take a bet. I could told you a bunch of names that I think that are probably going to do well, but there is one thing I learned from those tournaments is that usually the favorite doesn't win, and it's more or less of a surprise. If we talk, for example, about last Lille regional championship, Dex is definitely a beautiful winner, but I don't think someone will have bet on him before the event. So I'm thinking, I don't know, but I'm thinking a surprise may arise from the tournament.
So maybe someone is putting their cards on Dex now. We will see, and we will go back to the live coverage of the Pokemon Go Regional in Lille now. Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to the grand finale of the Pokemon Go Regional Championship in Lille. And this has been such an amazing event. We have seen such crazy featured matches. Players who have been so happy, overwhelmed. This entire community sitting there, everyone watching, everyone supporting each player. It has been crazy.
Yeah, like we were mentioning earlier, friendship between a lot of those players, all those high-level players that are training together, practicing together, going to those events together, and really here the crowd went wild recently.
They're just having a great time. The crowd, the players, everyone. I've talked to players who got eliminated in the top 8 and in the top 4, and they are not mad, they are not sad. They're just sitting there supporting their friends, having a good time.
And something to say, it's already an achievement to be in the top 8.
Absolutely.
And look at how difficult is it to grab your ticket to Worlds. You saw the skill level today. That was crazy. Yep. So succeeding to have like a ticket is huge. So those 2 players, I'm not saying that pressure is off for them, but they know they are going to travel to Japan. So
to
now,
Yokohama, yeah.
Yes. So now the big question is, can I be the Lille regional winner?
Yeah, and before we are going into the match, I want to show you guys again the bracket to see the big names that both of these players had to overcome, had to beat in the previous round, and explain to people who are not familiar with the double elimination system that, though tactical, if he wins, because he comes from the losers bracket, just does not win the tournament immediately, but has another chance in another best of 5. So if Colin wins, he is the champion, the undefeated champion.
Yes.
And if though tactical wins, we have a bracket reset, which means a rematch of these 2 players.
Yes, you're totally right, Leo. So basically, though tactical needs to win 2 best of 5 to be the Lille regional champion. Back to Bilbao. That's what's happened with Basics resetting the bracket against Vanni after losing to Vanni previously and coming back and winning that championship. So will we see the same today, or will just Colin prove that he's just unbeatable?
Yeah, Bilbao was such a crazy finals because, as you said, Vanni won before, and then during the finals, Basics realized, wow, Vanni has no answer to my Toxic Rogue and just won 6 games with it. I think in both of these games, he in total won 6-1. It was absolutely massive. And please.
And no, you're totally right. And also, what's coming into play, the more games you play, the more the mind games are going to be important. We saw that just earlier with Wolfpack against Toe Tactical.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm running the same team. 1 game, 2 games. Will I do the same for the 3rd game? Will I change completely? So that's the big question, and we are seeing the 2 players. Also, it's a Dutch
it is a Dutch final indeed. The Dutch players have been showing up in this event. We have had 4 players in the top 8, so 50% of the top cut was Dutch, and 100% of the finals is Dutch.
Definitely, and we are looking at the team with Colin on the left side of the screen, Toe Tactical on the right side. To be honest, that's a pretty neutral matchup between those 2 Pokemon. Once again, I do like that Shadow Venusaur. If he can avoid that knockdown, it has some play against everything else.
That is true, and even versus the Noctowl in a no-shield scenario, the Sludge Bomb really hurt if you have some energy advantage.
Exactly, so that could come handy, like you are mentioning, in the endgame scenario. For example, if Venusaur is able to farm down something and then unload energy. Yeah. Otherwise, we see some common picks with the Leaky Medicham core that a lot of players brought to this tournament. We also have that Noctowl as the premium flyer. We see a Stunfisk.
We see no Trevenant in the finals.
Exactly, we see no Trevenant in the final, no grass type on Colin. So following that trend we were analyzing earlier, that grass type was a bit out of the meta in a certain way, but we see that Shadow Venusaur on Toe Tactical still.
Yeah, and I mean, Shadow Venusaur, you can't really say, okay, it has bad typing because of the grass type, because this thing hits like a truck. We have seen it in a matchup versus Registeel. Steel resists grass type attacks, but this Frenzy Plants, my god, they deal so much damage.
Yes, they do so much damage, and also typing, being part poison, you resist fighting, you resist those You resist those grass type moves as well. You resist poison type. It's neutral poison type. So really an interesting typing here if you can really build around. And Tactical shows us throughout the tournament that he knows what he's doing. So I'm really expecting to have like really good grand final here.
So who would you give the advantage to? Because I mean the teams are kind of similar. We've seen two Lickitungs, two Medichams, we have seen two Noctowls, and two Stunfisks.
Yes.
So we have the Shadow Venusaur, and on the other side we have seen Azumarill. I think Shadow Venusaur beats Azumarill.
So basically if you take the two teams, you are going to see that it's the same team except 2 months. Sableye, Frostlass, advantage for Sableye, Azumarill, Venusaur, the opposite. And look at that lead for Tactical. Venusaur into Azumarill, dominant lead, even if that Azumarill has access to the Ice Beam. And we see a swap, and that's Tactical in the driver's seat.
That is true. However, Noctowl is a really strong defensive Pokemon, and it also has good energy management, so it can actually immediately go to a Sky Attack, and it deals a lot of damage to the Frostless. Okay, this Frostless can actually farm a lot of energy, and this one has to be shielded, otherwise Noctowl is going to
and Colin opting not to throw, not to shield, losing the Noctowl, and the Frostlass has a bit of energy, but I think that at this stage, Colin is not unhappy as well to see that Frostlass away from that Medicham.
That is true. The Frostless is going to charge up a Shadow Ball. Are you shielding this? No. This is going to deal so much damage. Same type attack bonus on the Shadow Ball. 40%.
Wow. Exactly. And I think at this stage, Colin is trying to go for that farm down, but Tactical reaching another Shadow Ball and no protected shield on Colin's side.
Clinging on to the last HP, this Frostless, and now this Azumarill has a lot of energy. It bubble farmed down the Frostless, but it took 90% damage, even more, and now it has...
And look at this play, coming with the Stunfisk to absorb all that energy, knowing that Colin was expecting the Venusaur to come back to unload some Ice Beam.
Okay, and now we are seeing the Medicham versus the Venusaur. Medicham is now going for the Ice Punch. It will go shielded because this deals a lot of damage to the super effective
it does a lot of damage on the Shadow Pokemon that is more frail, and look at how good they are at counting, timing their moves, and we are going to see again another protected shield on Colin's side to shield that Frenzy Plant.
And we are on the other side going to see an Ice Punch retaliation immediately, which will also go shielded. So both players are valuing these Pokemon so highly.
Yeah, so it's really, really important. Colin needs that Medicham to take out the G-Fisk in the back. Thomas wants to avoid that and is going to throw that Frenzy Plant, knocking out that Medicham, and in the back, forcing in a way that Azumarill to win. To throw energy. Colin knows that it isn't throw, and he's going to focus into game 2. But what a game 1.
Absolutely, though Tactical with the advantage right from the start. This Shadow Venusaur that we have talked about having the advantage over Azumarill, basically one of the only 2 differences in the teams. And it immediately paid off for Thomas.
Yeah, it definitely paid off for Thomas here, and really great read for Thomas, because I think he basically had in mind what Colin will bring in game 1, prepare his team to counter the strategy, and it paid off. And now it's up to Colin. I mean, Colin, like we were mentioning, still has the opportunity to lose that first best of 5 and to have another shot at it, whereas Thomas on the other side needs to win that.
He can just chill out this first game and grab some information. However, they are all sitting in the featured match area. So by now, everyone should know every move on every Pokemon on the opposing team.
I think so, and both those two players, they are running what we call conventional moves on those Pokemon. So there are no surprise effect. There is no dynamic punch Medicham that could, for example,
no muddy water Swampert.
Or no muddy water Swampert. Exactly. So players taking the time to think, to try to predict how the opponent is going to react, is going to adapt to what we saw in game 1.
So, and what do you think? Is Colin going to go and lead with this Azumarill again? Because this lost him a lot of momentum in the last match.
That's a tough question to be honest, but I think Collins knows that the Venusaur is really strong, so does his Azumarill, so that's really a question for him to either trying to go ABB, lure out the Venusaur with another Pokemon, like leading Noctowl for example, but we are going to find out.
Leading Noctowl would have been ideal in a matchup versus the Venusaur. So let's see where this is going. There is the Venusaur and there is the Noctowl. You predicted it correctly.
Exactly. Thomas going the same strategy, not with the same team, but with the Venusaur lead, and now swapping into his own Noctowl.
So apparently Colin wants to go for the Sky Attack, has a little bit of an energy advantage because the Noctowl had to be switched in.
He does, and that's a play we have seen several times. You just chip that Pokemon and you enter with another one just to ensure that you are going to keep that important switch advantage. As a Noctowl user, you know that if it's a Venusaur in the lead, there is something to cover that Noctowl in the back.
And perfectly right, immediately switching out into the Azumarill, a Pokemon that you don't want to have in against the Venusaur. So you are tanking enough damage, as much damage as you can, and you are trying to go for the Ice Beams to take out the Noctowl.
Yeah, and Toe Tactical opting to not shielding that move. It's going to take out the Noctowl, and now he's going to try to go for an aggressive farm down on the Venusaur. He will have to shield, but like we were mentioning, he will come out of this matchup with a lot of energy and being able to maybe threaten that Noctowl that is probably going to come back.
Yeah, look at this. This is almost 1.5 Sludge Waves, so Noctowl will have to shield one or two of them, and now we are in a situation where actually a Frenzy Plant can bait out a shield, and we are not going for that. No Frenzy Plant baiting shenanigans. We are just Sludge Bombing right away, and it will be shielded.
We do see a shield, but still, Toe Tactical is in a really rough spot, having the Medicham in the back also that is weak to the Noctowl and to those flying type attacks.
So this Noctowl takes about 50% from the Sludge Bomb. And now we're going for a Sky Attack. Venusaur will fall, and this looks really good for Colin.
Yeah, this looks really good for Colin, because as soon as Thomas is going to see that last Mon, that Sableye into that Medicham, he's going to have some regrets in a way, because that's a really rough matchup for the Medicham.
Yeah, this is almost impossible. Psychic deals no damage whatsoever. Ice Punch is a relatively weak move without same type attack bonus. And Sableye's Shadow Claws are dealing so much damage. And Colin ties it up, going 1-1 against No Tactical.
What a game. So we had like that game 1 where Toe Tactical just hard read what Colin was bringing. Game 2, Colin doing the same to Thomas. That was just crazy. Those two players, they are definitely not here.
Yeah, Thomas trying to go for this Venusaur lead again, expecting his opponent to expect him not to bring it.
Yes, exactly.
Hoping for the Azumarill, but Collins wouldn't have any of that and let the Noctowl and one off of this momentum.
Exactly, what a read by Colin, and now I'm really curious to see in this game 3 what they are going to do. Will we see another Venusaur lead?
Yeah, will we see maybe another Pokemon? Will we maybe see Galarian Stunfisk as a lead, expecting another Noctowl?
Yes, exactly, and I think it makes sense to bring that Noctowl, and I really like Colin's team composition for this game 2, knowing that, yes, probably going to use that Medicham, so I will have my Sableye as well that could do some crazy job.
The Sableye has been performing really well. I don't even know if there's a fairy type attack on the opposing team.
No, we don't have any fairy type attack. So Sableye, let's say, I'm not saying that the Sableye is rather safe, but it can really do a ton of work, and maybe it's going to force Toe Tactical to bring back that Lickitung, and we see again the same lead.
And we also have, there is a Galarian Stunfisk this time, and now we are again, the history is repeating itself. It is the same matchup. Noctowl is going for the Sky Attack and will probably immediately switch out into the Azumarill. Azumarill might be able to soak up some damage and then go for Ice Beams.
Yeah, you're right, and going into that Azumarill, and indeed that's a matchup we already saw earlier, and that's super comfortable right now for Azumarill because of that Sky Attack landing earlier. You know you are going to be able to secure that matchup.
We can again see that picking the right lead is so important in this match, and also the bubbles seem to hurt this Noctowl a lot as it's already deep in the yellow before Azumarill has thrown out the first charge move.
Yeah, and we see Colin building some extra energy, and now he's going to throw at the perfect timing with the maximum energy he could grab in this matchup.
Getting another hit in, forcing the Noctowl to block the attack, otherwise the entire energy resources would be wasted. And now we are seeing the Sky Attack taking out the Azumarill. No, the Azumarill is shielding it!
We do see a shield, and I like this play because in a way it's forcing the Azumarill to throw energy, and like that he can come back in with the Venusaur and be sure he doesn't need to shield an Ice Beam.
That is true, and now we are seeing Stunfisk versus Noctowl.
And actually that Colin switch locking his Noctowl into the Galarian Stunfisk, probably predicting the Medicham in the back.
Oh, and this is looking really bad for Colin now because these Rock Slides will hurt. Even though the Shadow Ball already dealt a good amount of damage to the Galarian Stunfisk, but another Rock Slide will take out the Noctowl. Noctowl is racing, but the race is being won by Galarian Stunfisk. He is timing this perfectly well.
Look at that, throwing at the perfect moment. This Rock Slide is going to take out the Noctowl, and this is going to come down to a wire. Sableye is going to be able to build a ton of energy here to threaten that Venusaur in the back.
Yeah, but this Venusaur is rather happy to face a Sableye in the end, more than facing a Noctowl, because this would be a really good counter with his Sky attacks, and he does not shield
on
the
Earthquake, and that could be a decisive moment. Colin still building energy, and look, throwing on the charge move priority, having two foul plays. What a play by Colin here.
But there is still one shield remaining on the Venusaur. The Venusaur can be protected, is racing towards the Frenzy Plant. Foul play is not coming through because of the Vine Whip.
Vine Whip, and now he's going to be able to Vine Whip down that Azumarill.
Wow, I did not expect this turnout.
Wow, what a play by Thomas here, coming out from such a bad lead. And you see how he adapted, bringing that Galarian Stunfisk, and I'm pretty sure Colin went knocked out because he was like, it's okay, I won this game. There is a Medicham in the back, just like the previous game, and I'm going to win. He can't do anything against my Noctowl. But this time, Toe Tactical with that Galarian Stunfisk in the back.
You know what is confusing me? He had the Sableye even, so if he predicted the switch into the Medicham, why wouldn't you bring in the Sableye against the Medicham when you have the Noctowl versus the Venusaur?
Because in a way he wanted to force out of a bad matchup. It makes sense if you have, let's say, you have the Noctowl and the Sableye in the back, they both beat the Medicham. And in a way, you want to draw out also that Medicham, maybe to farm it down with the Sableye, to throw energy at the Venusaur later on. That was a call, and we were talking all those two last day about all those micro decisions you need to make, and that was one. Unfortunately for Colin, it didn't pay off, but maybe it's going to pay off next game.
And there we see
The
cute
new
little
mascot.
Grolith.
The new mascot here on the on the screen. Look, you are starting to become famous.
This is a really, really cute dog, I gotta be honest there. So, Colin actually got punished for being, I don't want to say impatient, he wanted to be really smart with the immediate switch into Noctowl, but he reacted too quickly. If he had seen that the Galarian Stunfisk was coming out, he would never have clicked on the Noctowl.
Yeah, but to be honest, I'm pretty sure he didn't expect at all the Galarian Stunfisk.
No, of course not.
In the back, so in that way that was really smartly played by Toe Tactical as well. As we move to the next game, Toe Tactical, if he wins, is going to be able to reset that bracket again. That's a good lead for Colin, that Noctowl into that Lickitung.
So match point for the Tactical, and we are seeing the Galarian Stunfisk here again. Before that, we haven't seen a Lickitung in this finals yet, and now the Rock Slide is coming down, is going to deal a big amount of damage. This Noctowl is not that important. There is no Venusaur in this match.
Yes, look at this play. Opting to keep the energy, take the charge move, and then swapping into that Sableye. And this is a pretty neutral matchup. The one that is going to be, if the Galarian Stunfisk can land that Earthquake, it's huge, and what a call by Colin.
Was not shielded, and that is really good from him. He said, okay, last time you went directly for the Earthquake, and now I am not going to shield this. You are trying to bait me. You think I'm scared? I am not. I will take this Rock
And
Slide.
yes, and directly throwing that foul play just to make Toe Tactical think, do you want to shield to use your energy, or do you just let go of full energy? Galarian Stunfisk opting to go for the Rock Slide here, no shield again. Amazing call by Colin.
Well played. So Sableye will reach another foul play. Do you? This is the big question. Shield this net. No, he lets the Sableye go. Lets it feint to another Rock
Yeah,
Slide.
I think at this stage Colin is just thinking, I can come with my Galarian Stunfisk, I could
Super
shield and I
effective
can
matchup.
farm a lot of energy, and yes, you can farm it right before he can reach his Earthquake.
That
And
was one mud shot away from Earthquake.
exactly, and that's how top players they are thinking. And now you have a loaded Galarian Stunfisk with a lot of energy.
And this Earthquake will go unshielded. Thomas thinking this is a bait, but it is an Earthquake and it deals a lot of damage.
Yeah, it definitely lose a lot of damage. Thomas still with 2 shields and with that Frostlass in the back. Let's see how he wants to play that. Lickitung is bulky enough to survive the next Earthquake for sure.
So this is actually really bad for Colin right now, because he is obviously not expecting this Frostlass in the back, and he is keeping the Noctowl thinking a Venusaur is going to come out after this, but it is actually the Frostlass. So if he goes into the matchup with Noctowl, having even a bit of energy.
Yeah, but keep in mind that he still has a bit of he still has residual energy on the Noctowl, so that could be able to help him flip the matchup. But Toe Tactical still has 2 shields.
Oh, and he immediately goes into the Noctowl. Noctowl going for the Shadow Ball. There is 1 shield remaining. Are you shielding this? Are you not shielding this? We are seeing him click on not now. Shadow Ball is going to hit and almost immediately taking out this Frostlass, and there is 2 shields on Colin's side, so Colin will be able to shield this Shadow Ball. He is going to... Okay, Shadow Ball not the best move here.
He's definitely going for what we call a BM there, knowing that he loses that game, and look how the 2 opponents are laughing at each other.
Wow, Colin getting this back in a fashionable manner. He is tying it up 2-2, and we're going into Game 5 in the first Grand Final.
May the hype be real. We are listening to the crowd just behind us. They are going wild, because once again we have a really, really interesting matchup. And here Colin is 1 win away of sweeping that tournament. And Thomas needs to win if he wants to reset the bracket.
Exactly. Thomas is really having... I mean, both players are having a match point here, but the one for Colin is bigger. He is 1 game away from being the absolute victor of the Pokemon Go Regional Championship in Lille.
Yes, indeed. And now pressure is at his best here, and that's going to be interesting to see. We saw that those 2 players weren't they were confident to swap lineups, to go to use other Pokemon, to try to go with other strategies. And that's also something with the best of 5. The more you are going into those matches, the more information you have and the more difficult it becomes to predict what the opponent can do.
So at this point, I think that if Though Tactical wins this game and manages to reset the bracket, he is going to win the next best of 5 as well. Because this is a really important game for the mental of both players. If you lose this first best of 5 in the 5th game, then you are going.
You are indeed. That could be. You're totally right. This is a really critical game for both players. For Though Tactical, because if he loses, he will finish second. For Colin, if he wins, he's the reigning champion. And that's going to be really interesting to see. Will we see some crazy strategies from Though Tactical saying like, okay, it's win or lose, so I'm rather going to go with a really risky strategy, or will he's going to try to dance around like he showed us?
Going to bring something interesting, and now we are having the good matchup for Colin. It is actually a decent matchup. It is not the best one. He is bringing the Venusaur with the Lickitung and the Medicham. We have not seen that matchup at all before.
Exactly, and if you look at the lead, yes, that's not the best lead for that Medicham, but the backlines are maybe more in favor of Though Tactical here if he can align, and we see that swap, and look, he's answering with that Lickitung. He was counting on that Sableye as a safe swap and brought the answer there.
So we are seeing the first body slam of Sableye. Sableye getting decent damage from Licks, not dealing too much damage with the Shadow Claws. However, body slam is not an attack that deals the most damage.
Yes, and Though Tactical calling the bait as well on the first one, and now going for that power whip. No shield on the Sableye. He knows that he's going to be able to reach another move, and he's going to opt to go for the 2 foul plays here.
Yeah, and this is looking really good for Though Tactical because he has this Venusaur in the back. Noctowl and Sableye are really low on HP, so Colin says, okay, this Azumarill is my main win condition this game, and it doesn't look good because this Venusaur might take apart.
Yes, and switch important is really important here for Though Tactical because he is going to be able to put that Noctowl away from
immediate sky attack.
Yeah, and I think that's good for Though Tactical. Lickitung is here to just absorb energy, and he's going to come back with that Medicham, and here comes the switch. It's definitely not over. Colin still has 2 shields. And look, perfect timing here for the first Frenzy Plant.
So this Frenzy Plant has to go shielded. It would probably knock out the Azumarill. Azumarill is taking this to the face with the shield and now is going, of course, for the Ice Beam. Ice Beam is a really high damaging move against the Shadow Venusaur. Let's see if this goes shielded or unshielded.
Yes,
it is shielded as expected. But this shield advantage is going to be really important for Colin here.
Yeah, it goes shielded, and timing is really important here. And look, trying to force charge move priority here, grabbing the last shield in the back, and this is the key moment.
Venusaur is not going to be switched out, so it will take the Ice Beam.
Can you survive that Ice Beam? Oh, we see an undercharge.
Undercharge, but it
just
still takes
to
out
have
the
like
Venusaur.
one extra bottle. What a play by Colin.
So well played. We said that the Azumarill loses to Venusaur, but that was not the case with one shield advantage. Now we are racing to the play rough. The Psychic will be
throwing
hit, and it
perfectly,
really
and this is going to be key. The Psychic does some good damage, but the Azumarill is knocked
still
out.
Has the energy.
And
Ice Punch is going to come out first.
Oh,
I think this is it. Though Tactical going for the Ice Punch.
The
is
Ice
going
Punch
going
to be enough to secure the reset of the bracket?
Excellent.
Let's find out.
Ice Punch hits. And Noctowl falls to the Ice Punch. Though Tactical. No, it survives. Noctowl wins this game. And Noctowl is going to hit the Sky Attack. Is it going to take out the Medicham? We can't really see it. I think
but it does take out the Medicham.
And Colin wins with 1 HP and a dream.
Yes, Colin wins with that 1 HP and the dream. That game was so close. Such a showcase of what Pokemon PvP can be, how entertaining this game can be.
this was so intense. I thought that this Ice Punch was going to take off this Noctowl. But this defense on this Noctowl, this Pokemon has been absolutely, and I'm calling that now, this is in fact the best Pokemon of the entire event, and it showed up in the finals.
Exactly, and we always like to say that IVs don't matter until they do, and we can ask that to Colin, but I'm pretty sure he has like a really high rank Noctowl just to tank that Ice Punch and to be able to secure the win. That was a crazy game 3, and we couldn't dream of a better match to close out this stream, right?
Of course, it would have been cool to have a bracket reset and have another match, but this was so close. This was so intense. None of us knew who was going to win this game.
Yeah,
after
for
all.
sure.
This Azumarill turned it around on the Venusaur.
Exactly, and even the Psychic, I know how much a Psychic does to Azumarill, and that was super close. The Azumarill, I was really not sure that Azumarill couldn't maybe hang out with that 1 HP as well. So that was super close game, and Toe Tactical really trying to push as long as possible for his win con. Unfortunately, it didn't pay off, but what a set of games.
This Noctowl was at such low HP in the end. I thought it has fallen. I haven't even seen the red bar anymore. I thought this Ice Punch knocked out the Noctowl and we would go for the bracket reset, but it channeled the Sky Attack, and that was absolutely crazy.
It is, and Colin just put such a dominant performance here, not losing a single round there. So that's amazing. I mean, and I'm pretty sure we can't really see what is happening in the chat, but I'm pretty sure chat should be really happy at that moment.
Colin really went undefeated through this entire tournament versus the best players in Europe that we are having right now.
Yeah.
And we will hear from him soon. So, first of all, we will have the winner's interview with Count Xevious after this one. I want to say thank you for watching and goodbye from my side. Speen, it has been an honor casting this event with you.
Yeah, same for me. We didn't know each other before that stream. We had so much fun. We had really so much entertainment watching amazing battlers. If you remember, I told you that for me, that tournament, that regional was the most hyped tournament except Worlds.
It really lived up to the hype. It was really crazy. Those matches. How can this happen in the last game of a best-of-5 final? This 1 HP after the Ice Punch, I still cannot believe this.
That's just crazy. I'm really feel blessed to had the opportunity to shoutcast that with you.
Yeah, absolutely.
That was a bunch of amazing games, a bunch of amazing players. We also had the opportunity to hang out with them, to interact with them, to catch some Pokemons as well on the background.
Exactly.
That was an amazing weekend.
It was just so much fun with this community. So again, thank you guys to all the guys at home, of course, and the guys in the venue who are rewatching this afterwards. Thank you so much. Please come to these events. It is so much fun. It's so great in this game. I absolutely love it.
Yeah, we are going to say that over and over, but this game lives with his community, meeting out there, going out there, meeting new players, trading, battling with them. That's what it's all about, this game.
Exactly. So, again, goodbye from us. It was a pleasure casting with you.
The same, likewise. I really enjoy my time here. Now, let's hear everything about the winner.
Yeah, exactly.
Attention trainers, so while you are waiting for the next featured matches to happen, as promised, here is part 2 of my Pokemon Go challenge with Nuralka. Have fun.
So it's a Halloween event and we have a Magikarp spawn, so this will be it with the highest CP. No. Of course not. We need one more lucky spawn, like a Gengar on Apollo with a high CP one. All the other event spawns are low CP mons. 361. Drifloon, 1008, that's the highest one. Let's go. Okay, I need a golden berry. It's a competition to make sure to catch it. And let's go. Getting closer and closer, only a few chances left from the spawns. Wow, this one is it. 1391. That one maybe can get the win. Let's see if we can catch it. Go, go, go. Yes, we got it. Yeah, only a few hundred meters left. There you can see the opera. And this is our destination. And we will meet Leonard there. And we got a good CP one now. So let's see if we get lucky on the last meters. Okay, the last spawns. Okay, I will spin the stop. Maybe this Mukro again. 1285. That's close. Maybe this Apollo. I cannot click it. It's on the. It's inside the Pokestop, but now. Yes, 1524. The highest one so far. Okay, let's go. Maybe it's hard to catch. Too nervous. I cannot even. Now. Great shot. And come on. No! It broke free. And I had already a golden berry. Okay, concentration. Oh no. Please. No, it broke free again. Holy shit. Don't do this with me now, please. Okay, great shot again. Come on. One more, yes. Whew, finally, let's go.
Oh, there's a Ninetales. It is actually a Ninetales with 231 CP. This can't be true. No. This could have been like 2000. Should have been 2000. And it escapes. However, Ninetales is a really cool Pokemon and I definitely want to catch that. 1, 2, 3. Okay, 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 let's move on. Let's move on. This Ninetales was for fun, but this is a serious game right here. What kind of cool Pokemon can we find right here, around this corner? Maybe... Okay, there's another Murkrow. We have had some luck with Murkrows today. Let's try the next one. Oh, 1234 CP. This could be it. It's definitely a new champion in our team. Okay, let's count it down. 1, 2, 3. Okay, okay, let's continue. We got this. We got this in the bag. I'm already like 78% convinced that we beat him. Okay, wow. There is a Haunter. Haunter. 719 CP. How come only the Murkrows are so big? Okay. Okay, let's see. A Ducklet? Nope. Maybe this Ghastly? Nope. Pumpkaboo? Nope. Still gotta catch it. I love Pumpkaboo. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay, let's go. Let's move on. We have no time. and we really want to win this thing. Okay, so there is another Haunter, but it has 385 CP, and another Shuppet, 653. Nah, not quite strong enough. Remember, trainers, it's not always just about the strength of a Pokemon. However, in this game, it is. So there are no Pokemon here right now. I'm hoping it'll change soon, because otherwise our strongest Pokemon only has 1263 CP. I know that I mentioned earlier that you have to pay attention to your surroundings, and that is true. However, I still got absolutely lost, and now I have to find my way to the opera, and that quickly, because I don't have much time left. Still always has to be some time to check for Pokemon. Not the strongest ones yet. Okay, so there are plenty of Pokemon here. For example, another Haunter, still not strong enough. Another Ghastly. Oh my god. Oh my god, is this happening? Is this real life? A Drifblim with 2000 CP. 2000 CP. 2012 even. Okay, so let's try to catch this one. We absolutely missed our shot. Nice, we got a nice throw. Not excellent. 2. No, it broke out. Okay, it broke free. So let's use another Raspberry. It's the Ultra Balls. Another nice throw. I'm too nervous to make the perfect throws, okay guys? Don't judge me for it. 2 and 3. We got a 2012 CP Drifblim, and this is massive. This is so much stronger than the Misdreavus we caught, and I really think we're winning this now. So far I wasn't too sure, gotta be honest. So I can already see Lucas and the guys, and it's not really surprising because we got lost on our way twice. So let's see if he caught a bigger Pokemon than I did. Okay, so we are here for the final comparison. First of all, Nuraka, how was your Pokemon journey? Did you encounter beautiful places and nice Pokemon?
Of course, yeah, the Halloween event started and it's super nice. At the beginning there were almost only low CP Pokemon. It was super hard to find a good one, but in the end I think I managed to find good ones. And how was it for you? The timer was almost running out and I waited for you, so what happened?
So we got lost, I think, thrice during our journey. We had to ask people for the directions, even though I had a map here. I gotta be honest, I was quite confused, but I mean, we made it here kind of in time, and I think I got the perfect Pokemon to beat you. The way we are going to do this is I'm going to show him my highest CP Pokemon, and he's going to read it out for you, and you're going to show me your highest CP Pokemon.
Okay, let's do it. A Drifblim 2012 CP. Holy shit, that was lucky. Okay, yeah, I will show you my highest CP one.
It's a Haunter with 1524 CP, so I have to congratulate myself actually.
Okay, congrats. Well done, well done.
Good game, level 50 Mystic, you got this.
It's a beginner's luck.
Yeah,
of course.
Of course it is. So guys, we're going right back to the live coverage of the Pokemon Regional in Lille 2022.
We are done and dusted with this regionals, and you have come out on top. You have gone unbeaten through the whole run. How do you feel?
Amazing. It's an incredible feeling. I just didn't expect this at all.
Of course, nobody who wins expects it. But we are going to present you a medal now, and
awesome.
We have a staff. We have our first European regional champion, and it's Colin. Do you have any words for competitors who will try to do this again?
We'll try to do this again. Just build a team you're comfortable with, go in with not too many expectations, do your best, have fun, and enjoy it.
And this is a trend, guys, because every regional winner says exactly the same thing. Maybe there is something to it. I know a lot of people who say, yes, I'm prepared for this, etc., but the pressure maybe gets to them. For you, I guess it was a bit more easier because you went in with a little bit laid-back attitude.
Yeah,
I guess it helped. It also helped you had your friends around.
True. Yeah, I'm here with my teammates. So we did a lot of practice as well during the battles, which really helped. So shout out to them. And of course also a shout out to my family and friends at home watching. Thank you.
Will you be participating in any other regionals before you prepare yourself for Yokohama?
I'm not sure yet. I might, but luckily I'm one and done here. So
One and
it's an
done.
amazing feeling.
Yes, of course. It was a battle of the Dutch in the finals, and you came out on top. It was very, very closely fought 5 games, right?
Right, yeah. The matches were really close, especially the last one. 1 HP and a dream.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Yeah. IVs don't matter.
Until they do.
Voila. Thank you so much for watching. We will go into presenting the second place and third place in a bit. We're waiting for the medals right about now, and but you can already meet the second and third place players while I try to find them. Great job making your way to the finals and also punching your ticket to Yokohama. How do you feel?
Amazing, amazing. Like finally getting my world ticket after missing out, just barely missing out last year.
Yes.
It's just amazing. At the first tournament I do this season as well, so that feels really good. That's like a huge pressure to perform in the next couple months, like taken off of me, which is great.
Will you still be playing in the next couple of?
For sure, for sure. I mean, I'm doing the one in Utrecht for sure.
Yeah.
That's my home country. I gotta like defend. I guess there's not really a title there yet, but I wanna fight for that one for sure.
All right, that is amazing. What do you think about your thoughts in the last game? I thought you had it. Everybody in the crowd thought you had it, and that 1 HP, that was unfortunate.
Man, yeah, I really thought I had it as well, but then it survived. And it got to the sky attack. I wasn't sure if it was 1 or 2 away, and well, it was 1, so he got it right there, which was real unfortunate. But you know, it what it is. I'm glad a fellow judge got the win, so that's very exciting.
Yeah, it was a huge domination by the Dutch here. Do you think you could have done one more counter and thrown the sky attack?
It's tough. It's tough. That's what went through my mind as well. But if I see him beat Tai, it's like a 50-50. My meta champ is very high rank, so usually I'd lose the CMP there. So it's not a risk I wanted to take.
All right, I understand. Glad to have you here. We've been seeing you throughout the whole tournament, always coming up here because you've been winning like crazy. And I hope this run continues for you in Yokohama as well. Congratulations. And that will be all the interviews for today. Thank you so much for watching, guys. Have a great evening or night or day wherever you are.